That there are 4 sessions in the final. It's the best of 35 frames. We can join it at the start of the first frame with Jimmy White to break. The commentators are John Virgo and Ted Lowe.
First frame, Jimmy White to break.
2 days to go and 2 stars left. These 2 stars have for the last 3 years, successive years, contested this Embassy World Final. Jimmy White on your screens is yet to take that title. Stephen Hendry, the defending world champion.
One. Stephen Hendry, 1.
North versus the South. Stephen Hendry out for his 3rd title. That is consecutive, of course. Only Steve Davis has won 3 consecutive titles.
Jimmy just overhitting the cue ball there. He played for the red in the right corner, the one to the right of the black, but he's got, on looks to get through to this one at the bottom of the cluster. So important, a good start. I think particularly for Jimmy, after what's happened over the last couple of years anyway. I think a good start would settle him and give him belief.
$18. $90.
So a choice, play for the one loose red or go into the cluster. There's an angle onto the black to do either. Keeping it tight. He needs a good angle on the colour off this red. This is the last possible red at the moment. Electing to play on the pink. Looks to have the right angle. Hot this pink. Strong follow through into the reds. If these break nice, could build up a useful lead in this opening frame.
Well, Johnny's got one there, but unfortunately another red, I think, has blocked the path of the black. Referee John Williams having a little problem there in respotting the pink.
33.
Yes, as we remind you, if the pink spot or any spot is not available, it goes in a direct line with the top cushion. The problem for Jimmy. He's on a red into the right corner, but as you say, Ted, the black's not available. He can get through to this, but position a little bit more difficult. If he could possibly get down to screw the cue ball over, but the problem is he's going to be hampered. Could have been easier than this. Needs a good shot.
Again, he's unfortunate. Just a little harder or a little slower, and he could have taken the blue.
Looking at the options of a red down here, so may be electing to go for this green.
Jimmy White, 34.
Tough shot to take on. Knew he was leaving a red should he miss it.
One.
Well, Stephen was trying to force the cue ball down the table. And unless he's a plant, I don't think he's on anything. The red closest to us on the left-hand side might have been available, but I don't think he can hit enough of it to pot it.
Stephen Hendry, 6.
The red there that Jimmy's played has tied the black up.
Yeah, it's not too difficult a safety shot for Stephen Hendry. Needs to get the cue ball though on the left-hand side of the table to make it more difficult for Jimmy. Caught that much too thick. So although no pot on, certainly no pressure on Jimmy White's safety.
And whilst this safety bout is on, perhaps the moment for me to tell you that this final is the best of 35 frames, played over 4 sessions over the 2 days, this being the first of those 4 sessions. Stephen first won the title in 1990 rather. 1900. Don't think he's quite 94 yet.
I don't think even you were commentating then, Ted. Good safety shot from Jimmy. All players really looking for an opportunity. You feel if Jimmy White can get one, it could be a frame winner. And there's a chance here. The pink by the left corner, but that could be making it a big pocket. I'm sure Jimmy will be tempted to play a pot in this left-hand corner. Maybe the one closest to the cushion gives him more chance of the big pocket, so to speak.
And John, the Reds are very nicely spread, aren't they?
Yes, one good shot off the yellow. Red's nicely spread. It's certainly a frame-winning opportunity.
3. Four. 11. 12.
Jimmy has a most remarkable record in this championship. 3 times a quarter-finalist, 3 times a semi-finalist. And now appearing in the final for the 6th time.
18.
One of only 2 players that's made the maximum break in this championship.
19.
The pink. In it goes, puts him 52 points in front, 51 on the table. And the first frame
25.
was in the hands of Jimmy White, and I think an important start. Stephen had one chance and missed it, and has never been able to carve an opening out for himself since.
On the way to the middle.
$33. 39. 40. 46. 48. 51.
He'll have something to say later.
55.
In the meantime, this first frame has been a steady one. Both players settling down,
60.
getting the strength of the table. Jimmy White stepping off with a 34 break. And now finalizing the frame with a break of 60. So the first frame of the 35 going on the scoreboard to the delight of the audience for Jimmy White.
Just the start that Jimmy White and his supporters wanted. We can now pick it up in the second frame. Stephen Hendry's at the table, trailing 35-1.
Good length from Stephen. Although these two players, both potters and break builders, I do feel it's the occasional good safety shot that will do most damage. And Jimmy's got to try and respond to this one.
That looks inviting. The color's not easy. Well, I suppose it is if it's Hendry at the end of the queue.
Seven. Eight. 40. $50.
It's situations like this. It appears that
22.
Stephen never looks like dropping down.
23.
After this black, Stephen will be 4 points behind. So he's still going to need these three reds, three colours, yellow and green. Awkward red seems
30.
to be the only problem, the one near the left cushion.
$31.
Position there on the pink, not so good. So choosing the black.
Well, that's a very strong shot. I can't think of many players who would have played that in preference to the pink.
38. 39.
The black put him into the lead, and now he's got the position on this black to remove that last red. Doesn't need to.
46.
Yes, from Stephen's point of view, he's probably come in the worst place. He's near the cushion, stretching. And if he uses the rest, it's going to be very awkward. That cue ball so tight against the cushion, it's hard to get the rest head in behind the cue ball. He's going to be overstretching here. This is a difficult shot.
Stephen Hendry, 46.
Oh dear. The face says it all. Disappointment. But he has a 12-point lead now.
Well, Jimmy just had a look at the closeness of the red to the cushion, not thinking of playing the pot. Just needs a good safety here. Well, may I say, saved by the green. Trying to get that cue ball behind the black. But it's not bad. Still all to play for.
Not a plant down there, John, is it, for the green into the pocket?
Well, if it is Ted, Stephen will certainly have had a look at that. And that, of course, will... And there you see it. What a plant. So Stephen's got to be very, very careful here. This isn't straightforward by any means. And a chance for Jimmy.
Yes, I think he'll have a go at this one. 12 points behind at the moment, and he's taken the first frame.
Stephen will be hoping the brown could be his insurance. That's the awkward ball for Jimmy White. If the brown was on its spot, you'd expect Jimmy to win it at this visit, but not straightforward. So you get a choice with this. You either try and get behind the brown, or looking at the angle, he may even elect to play for the brown for a double. The blue's at the baulk end of the table. He's going for the double.
Points all square at the moment.
It'd be nicer if it was a little bit straighter on the brown. He could have played the double and got the cue ball back to the baulk cushion. Sort of a shot for nothing. I don't really think he's got that angle. Because of that, he decided to play the safety. Not bad, not good.
And Stephen anxiously looking at the brown to see if it does pass the blue into that pocket. From where we're sitting, I don't think it's on. The brown has run too far for Jimmy.
Well, Stephen having to come and look round to have a look at the potting angle. So obviously he can get through to pot the brown. But it's certainly not easy. Cue ball near the baulk cushion in the jaws of the pocket. Thin contact on the brown. Must be a shot and a half. And that's what you got.
4.
Yes, terrific shot that. Well, there's a surprise.
Stephen Hendry, 4. Gentlemen, please do not call out. You break the players' concentration and spoil the match for everyone. Thank you.
Little reprimand there from referee John Williams to the enthusiastic crowd here.
Saw the score there. Jimmy needs the blue, pink and black, and yes, tension running very high even at this early stage. Now is he on the pink? It looks good.
Just a quick look at the scoreboard. He does want, as John Virgo told you, the 2 colours. Oh, nice. Hey, I can't believe that.
Jimmy White, 5.
Well, John, it would appear at this very early stage of the final, nerves are taking their part.
Well, yes, that was an unbelievable miss from Jimmy, and that will hurt him. He was on the black, but the pink didn't go in. So Stephen needs the 2 colours.
And the defending champion, Stephen Hendry. Makes no mistake.
Frame, Stephen Hendry.
Levels the match, 1 frame each. So Jimmy White breaks off in a frame and battle for supremacy now. The match all square, they've shared the first 2 frames. Underneath the cushion.
Six.
Well, good pot on the blue from Stephen, as you say, Ted, under the cushion. I'm not certain. Well, he can just get through to this red. I didn't think he could. So he's in good position.
7.
Yes, and that black is available for both top pockets.
15.
Watch the dancing eyes of the champion. Object ball to pocket.
$22.
Yes, Ted, in actual fact, Stephen's one of the few players that actually does that. There's a quick look at the pocket. I'd say that in the textbook. I should transfer from cue ball to object ball, and then as you come back, pause, you transfer your eyes to the object ball. But however he does it, he's still a genius.
30. $31.
Flashing from one spot to the other.
$38.
Well, he was looking at red into the left corner. It doesn't look on, and if that's not on, there's certainly nothing easy. I think it's end of break.
Stephen Hendry, 38.
Yes, well read, John, and just look where he's put the cue ball. There it is. Not a bad reply from Jimmy, playing from the pole cushion. So clean.
Yes, that is the problem when you leave Stephen. Well, anything less than the baulk line, you're leaving him a possible chance. That time, got the pot, but no position. But it's a dangerous game to play. You need to get as close to that baulk cushion as you possibly can with your safety.
Stephen Hendry, what?
Stephen treating his opponent with a great respect.
Well, that was a better shot than it looked from Jimmy White. But he just caught the green. If he hadn't have caught the green, that would have been a very tough safety shot for Stephen. It shouldn't cause him a problem. Well, the red went in, but I can't believe he played it like that. Cannoning into the black. If the red doesn't go in, he leaves his opponent. So he's been a little bit fortunate to have a go at the black like this.
A long bridge there.
$8.
One more long red.
9.
You can see in the background there the crowded Crucible Theatre. The danger signals are out.
40. $50.
$59 points ahead. 6 reds to go.
20. $21.
So just the red will secure the
28.
frame, and, well, Jimmy White will be disappointed. Hasn't had much chance in this frame, but he knows he should have won the last one. Straight
29.
pink into the middle pocket. If he pots that and pots the black, he'd have been 2-0 in front. So one disappointment after another. It's early days.
$36. $37.
Break goes to 44.
44.
A young face there of dedication.
45.
The half century is recorded.
50. Stephen Hendry, 50 on the finish.
Jimmy stays in his chair. Stephen Hendry takes over the helm, now leading 2 frames to 1.
Call and a miss. Stephen Hendry, 4.
Extraordinary. It must be terribly tough for Jimmy White. His 6th time in the final. 5 times he's been defeated.
This time he did catch the red, but once again he's caught a bought colour. Left left a chance of a pot on for Stephen. He needs to be missing those baulk colours.
Only one word for that: perfection.
Eight. Nine. Sixteen. Seventeen. 24. 25. 32. 33.
So far, 5 reds. This is the 5th black coming up. This red will pass the pink, or maybe even go in the far left corner.
40.
Needs an angle on the colour though after this red. Well, he's got an angle, but it's rather a cute one. Does he take on the black? Didn't even look at it. So keeping it tight.
His mind firmly on winning the frame and keeping the title.
Well, this time he found the baulk cushion, but it's come back once again, round about the baulk line. It's not good enough. Well, Stephen played that with the noise. The only red he could possibly leave was the one he was playing. And the one he played had run into a safe position, so doesn't look to be anything here for Jimmy. We'll try to plant, but
Bit ambitious, John.
Well, I suppose he must have fancied it, but he's left another chance for Stephen. Stephen's already 45 points in front in this frame.
One. Six. Seven. 13. 40.
'There's a choice of colours here. Picking the smallest one. That puts him 61 points in front.
16.
Missed out on his position for that red down there. Still 75 points on the table.
Stephen Hendry, 16.
Disappointed not to have won the frame at that visit, but he took that opportunity to put another red near the cushion. Instead, informed you there's 75 left on the table, but it's going to be a tall order if Jimmy can carve out a chance. And he's going to carve that out only with a good safety shot. So Stephen misses the red, but that one went safe, so it's getting even more difficult for Jimmy White. Stephen must be enjoying that sip of water. Looks a good favourite to take this frame. Looking at these two reds down the left-hand cushion. Thinks they may be a plant. The thing is, I mean, they may well be, but you'd feel he'd have to play it with a little bit of pace. He knows he's only a red and a high-value colour away from winning this frame. So taking it on. So, from nowhere, Jimmy White gets the chance. What can he do with it?
Please, gentlemen, request from the players do not shout out.
61 behind, 75 left on the table. A big challenge.
One.
Two safe reds on the left-hand side cushion. He brought them into play. Will he regret it?
Six. Seven.
didn't catch them quite right. Not so much the pot here, it's gaining position on a colour.
$30. $20. $21.
So this could be the shot that could decide this frame. Pot the black, develop the reds.
Oh, he's missed it.
Jimmy White, 21.
Well, you can only think he was concentrating too much on the cannon, but he needed the black. Stephen Hendry just needing one red. So a slim chance for Jimmy in that frame, and he didn't take it.
And this frame brings us up to the end of the first half of the first session.
One.
Jimmy now wanting snookers. I don't think he'll bother to come back to the table.
6.
So, John, in the first 4 frames, Jimmy's had his chances.
Yes, I just don't feel his safety play was good enough, and of course he missed that easy pink when he should have led 2-0.
Stephen Hendry, 7. On the frame.
And Jimmy concedes. So they go to a cup of tea, and Stephen Hendry, the defending champion, has a 2-frame lead at 3 frames
15 minutes,
to 1.
ladies and gentlemen.
So the defending champion takes an early lead and will be back at the Crucible shortly. Turn live to the Crucible in Sheffield for the continuation of that World Championship final between Stephen Hendry and Jimmy White. When we left it, Hendry was leading by 3 frames to 1. We join it at the start of the 5th frame, and the commentators are John Spencer with Ray Edmonds.
Thank you, Sue. They've just had 1 shot apiece, probing for an opening.
Well, Stephen there showing how confident he feels. Could have played off the loose red, but decided to open the pack. And he could pay for that. Left Jimmy a chance with the red into the left corner. And very important, I feel, for Jimmy to make a sizable break and get his confidence back.
Well, applause from the crowd, but
8.
Jimmy won't be too happy. Could possibly get through to the right, the red to the right corner. Bit of a thin cut.
Jimmy White, 8.
Jimmy made sure the cue ball wasn't touching a red. That would have given Stephen an easy escape.
Well, again, a very positive shot from Stephen, but giving Jimmy a chance of this red in the left corner, but it will be very dangerous. And certainly not certain of getting position, so I think we'll just see a safety shot.
The continuation of that World Championship final between Stephen Hendry and Jimmy White. When we left it, Hendry was leading by 3 frames to 1. We join it at the start of the 5th frame, and the commentators are John Spencer with Ray Edmonds.
Thank you, Sue. They've just had one shot apiece, probing for an opening.
Well, Stephen there showing how confident he feels. Could have played off the loose red, but decided to open the pack. And he could pay for that. Left Jimmy a chance of the red into left corner. And very important, I feel, for Jimmy to make a sizable break and get his confidence back.
Well, applause from the crowd, but
8.
Jimmy won't be too happy. Could possibly get through to the right, the red to the right corner. Bit of a thin cut.
Jimmy White, 8.
Jimmy made sure the cue ball wasn't touching a red. That would have given Stephen an easy escape.
Well, again, a very positive shot from Stephen, but giving Jimmy a chance of this red in the left corner, but it will be very dangerous. And certainly not certain of getting position, so I think we'll just see a safety shot.
1.
So Stephen Hendry looking to be in the best form so far of the last few days. Just producing it at the right time.
3. 4.
Well, that's
9.
an unexpected mistake by Stephen. Played that with a lot of bottom and left-hand side to come for the reds into the right corner pocket, but probably the only place he could have finished. It looks as though he can get through to the right on red there, so the thin cut.
10.
Great recovery shot, but still needs a good green here.
Stephen Hendry, 30.
Well, he missed a couple of shots in the first frame and one in the second, but precious little since. And so easy to say, but it's imperative Jimmy does really take control of this frame from this position. Not easy, of course, when your opponent is punishing every error.
8. 9. 16.
And I think Jimmy there just played to nudge the left of those two reds away to leave a pot to the corner. And in a bit of trouble. Has a pot to the far corner and a difficult one to the middle, but well, when Stephen Hendry is in this kind of form, it's a bit forbidding.
And it looks like the yellow pocket.
Jimmy White, 16.
Yes, and if Jimmy's going to get back into this match, he's going to have to score much heavier than that from those sort of positions. Well, Stephen, I think, looking at the red into the right centre, would be on the pink, I think, if he gets this.
Touching ball.
It's an old saying, but it never rained, but it pours, and Stephen gambled there. Could well have left Jimmy a choice of 2 or 3 reds. And I don't think there's any easy pot on at all.
That's not what Stephen intended. Wanted the white tight against his back cushion. Now Jimmy can bring the white back and get it tight up against the cushion. He'll have Stephen in trouble.
Doesn't appear to be any safe areas for the cue ball, so Stephen may be attempting a difficult pot to the right middle. Forced into it. Oh, what a result.
Four. Five. Nine.
So Stephen now 2 points behind. You certainly have to make him favourite. Don't wish for the Reds to be better situated.
10.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if he doesn't go on and win the frame at this visit.
$15. 16. 21. 22.
That takes the lead to 18 points.
29. 30.
And I'm sure Jimmy thought that he'd left Stephen in a load of trouble when he left the table.
Yes, Ray, in fact, he had.
37.
But there was a tremendous red that started this break off. It just requires the 2 reds and 2 colours down this end of the table
38.
to leave Jimmy needing snookers.
$44. $45. $51.
I think this capacity audience are a little stunned at the moment. I think that they thought it could be Jimmy's day today, and he started off so well, but well, the form of his opponent, the world
53.
champion, has been something special so far.
55. $58.
But there is a long way to go. Things can change.
62. 67. 73.
So from nothing, an 80 clearance
80 in the frame.
increases
Stephen Hendry.
Stephen Hendry's lead to 4 frames to 1.
Well, I must just take this opportunity to apologise to the basketball fans tuning in, but we are hoping to bring you coverage of last night's Budweiser Championships from Wembley Arena a little later on in the programme. But for now, we're staying with our live coverage from the Crucible.
So Stephen Hendry seems to be completely recovered from his injured elbow. It has to be fair that he has said that it isn't causing him too much discomfort. A long session it might cause it, but well, he really is putting the pressure on his opponent.
6. Stephen Hendry to break.
So 2 more frames of this afternoon session to go. And Jimmy White desperately needs to get into this match.
Yes, Ray, it was noticeable there, even off the break-off. Stephen making sure the reds spread out, keeping the pressure on Jimmy. I certainly wouldn't be surprised to see Stephen knock this red in. And again, could have played for the loose
8.
reds, but elected to open the pack.
9.
One has to say, Ray, the balls are running Stephen's way a little bit. That's probably down to him playing so well.
60.
I'm sure it is, John.
70. 24.
Certainly times when Stephen looked a bit hesitant against Steve Davis in the semi-final, and well, gave his opponent a fair amount of chances, but today he looks invincible.
32. 33. 40. 41. 46. 47.
'Suddenly, Stephen seems to have stepped up
53.
a couple of gears.
54.
Another break. Never been in any trouble.
60. 61.
Already reaching the point where Jimmy will be requiring snookers. 61 points in front. Black to come. One more red then would be sufficient.
68. 69.
Made sure there's a perfect angle on the pink to just nudge one of these reds toward the right hand corner.
75. 76.
That's a good pot, but end of break, but pretty sure that
76 unfair.
Jimmy will concede. He does. And Stephen Hendry again increases his lead 5 frames to 1. And one has to feel a little sorry for Jimmy White. He started off so well, and then, well, we go back to that second frame, the pink he missed. It'll haunt him when he finishes this afternoon session, John, because it looked as if that could be the vital turning point.
Yes, there's no doubt at all about it. Jimmy was obviously thinking a 2-0 lead, and all of a sudden It's one apiece. And he's never looked the same player since. And Stephen, as I said, has certainly stepped up a gear.
So this is the final frame.
Final frame of this session, Jimmy White to brick.
Of this afternoon session. Can Jimmy White stay in touch?
Stephen just coming to see where he needs to leave the white. The black in the left-hand corner, so he's taking this red on. What do you say about that, Ray?
Well,
Stephen Hendry, 1.
he can miss. We were beginning to doubt it.
One.
Yes, and as you said earlier, Ray, this is imperative now that Jimmy gets a sizable break and makes Stephen pay for that rather unforced error.
Nine. Forty. 50. 22.
And this is going to be a big shot now if he takes this one on. He's not doing, he's playing the safety shot.
Jimmy White, 22.
And again, I think Steve can just get through to the right-hand side of the reds. Yes, a bit of desperation about that shot, but we can make that pay. What a difference that'll make to this match. Still needs a good blue. Looking at the black, but I don't think he'll take it.
Blue ball.
And that's a good shot.
6.
Now, can he get through to the red to the left corner? I don't think so. So, this shouldn't be a problem to the right.
7.
Yes, and suddenly that little bit of running seems to have changed. Now Jimmy back in prime position. You would certainly expect an in-form Jimmy White to go on now and clinch the frame. He's 34 points in front.
$14. $20. $21. $27. $28.
Yes, Jimmy just overhit that one, so he'll be screwing into the reds near the pink now. Hole for the red over the left corner. That bottom red must
35.
pass into the corner. So now 56 points in front.
36.
Just colour on one more red.
$41.
Well, surely not. All the space at this end of the table to drop onto a red. Well, as you see there, it's very tight. The one to the right middle. The queuing is awkward.
Yes, but Ray, it was a strange choice of shot. He could have stunned the blue between yellow and brown back down the table for this red over the corner pocket. He only needed the one red. Obviously thinks he can get this. And that's it. That'll make him feel better.
$49. $50.
Well, I'm sure Jimmy a few moments ago was thinking, here we go again, Stephen Hendry producing his very best form. Feeling of deja vu, we've been here before, but well,
57.
Stephen will know that he's still got a match on his hands, and Jimmy will take positive thoughts
58.
with him after this end of this session.
Okay. 63.
But although the balls were there to be potted, this has been a great effort from Jimmy, because he really was facing a 6-1 deficit, which
Jimmy White.
was really a big one, but nevertheless, he finishes the last frame of this session. He trails at 5 frames to 2.
Jimmy White from Stephen Hendry.
So Jimmy White gets one back, but Stephen Hendry, the defending champion, leads by 5 frames to 2, and our snooker coverage continues this.
Welcome to the 1994 final of the Embassy Championship of the World. Here, where else? In the famous Crucible Theatre in Sheffield, the home of the game. 9 frames, a night session. That's the second session of the first day. Here's what happened this afternoon. Jimmy White took the first, but then it began to look ominous, even though it was very early on in this best of 35 frame final, when Hendry took 5 in a row. But White then got what was for him a vital last frame of the session. So, Jimmy White then, 3 quarterfinals, 3 semi-finals, and now 6 finals. Up against Hendry again, the champion, who's going for 3 in a row.
Eighth frame. Stephen Hendry to break.
John Williams, our referee. Hendry, 5-2, the first of tonight. And away we go in commentary on the first part of this session will come from Dennis Taylor and Clive Everton.
Much thinner than intended on that safety. Excellent pot. I think White thought that the cue ball would come round behind the two balls by the black spot. Knew that he was taking the cue ball off a second ball there.
Well, it was an attacking safety shot, opening the reds up like that, but he's left one over the corner pocket for Jimmy. And if he can get nicely onto the blue or pink here, this is a good chance.
One.
What White needs in this session is the sort of opening three-frame charge which was so instrumental in his quarter-final win against Ken Doherty. I'm sure that
Jimmy
wasn't
White,
what he had
one.
in mind.
Yes, Clive, he doesn't miss many with the rest, but that one, as you could see there, just wriggled in the pocket. Well, obviously the black pots past the red. It might be a little bit tied up when it goes back onto its spot. Be nice to get the blue back on its spot again, so we might see Stephen potting this red and heading up for that blue near the pocket.
Nine.
Well, he can take the pink on this occasion.
15. $60.
Well, with the pink being available into the right middle pocket, you can just settle for playing position onto that pink.
22.
White, please.
23.
Now, if Hendry scores substantially at this visit, it would give White all the more regret at only potting a single red from a good chance.
$29. $30. $36. $37. $43.
Red to the left corner would have been easier, but for the kiss.
Yes, Clive, it makes it a tricky little shot now along the cushion.
$44.
But Stephen Hendry looks to be striking the ball very smoothly.
$50.
I think Jimmy might have been expecting this because he sat there and left his cue to the one side. That's an indication that he was expecting Stephen to knock a few balls in here.
$51. $57.
One more red, one more colour needed to secure this frame.
Stephen Hendry, 57.
But that was a very awkward cutback. Even so, it puts Stephen Hendry in a strong position to extend his lead to 4 frames.
Well, as you can see, a couple of the reds tied up there, but still could be a good chance for Jimmy White in this frame yet. Stephen Hendry's got to be careful. He took 7 pinks in that last break of 57.
Foul. Miss.
The referee
Jimmy White 4.
has to call the miss there, but I think Jimmy will take the red on into the right corner.
Would have been better if he'd been right on the black, because then he could have developed the 2 reds close together. Hearts on their sleeves, or at any rate their midriffs.
Seven. Eight.
Well, he's played to get on the black this time, Clive, to leave an angle to disturb the 2 reds. Now, it looks to be pretty straight. He's just got a slight angle. Well, he's going to attempt a plant now with a few inches between the balls there. Makes it a little
15.
bit more difficult. Be a nice one to get this, though.
Big clearances often provide the turning point in matches. Is this going to be an example of that?
Now, how's he going to go about tackling that final
23.
difficult red? Well, he might play for the
24.
red in such a way as to leave a double. If he gets in the right position with the cue ball, he could take the double on. Could have done with just being a little bit further up the
31.
table. And then he could have taken that double on and left the white up in the baulk cushion. The blue would have been available. Change of plan.
Jimmy White 31.
To get back into the frame, only 20 behind. Didn't risk an attempt to pop the red.
was, but a little bit fortunate there. Stephen took the pot on. Suppose he had a little bit of safety in mind, but it was a bonus to roll in behind the black there and snooker Jimmy. With Stephen being 20 in front, he wasn't really playing any position off that pot.
Foul and a miss. Stephen Hendry, 4.
Well, the referee has called a miss.
I don't think every referee would have called a miss then. Difficult escape. Wasn't all that far away. But it's a matter of opinion.
Okay.
It's also fair to say that many other referees would have called it.
Foul and a miss.
Well, this could
Stephen
prove
Hendry,
pretty
4.
crucial now with the score line. It's a free ball as well, so I don't think Stephen will take the miss if it is a free ball.
So, blue is the extra red.
One.
Well, Jimmy will still have a chance. I think that wasn't a good shot that Stephen played. Quite a thin snick to take the yellow onto the middle.
Three.
He can certainly hit the red. Can he reach the potting angle? It looks like it. That would have been 6-2 if the red had gone in.
Sets the player's concentration, ruins the match. Thank you.
Yeah, referee just asking the audience to not call out, but that can affect Jimmy there, his concentration.
One.
Awful lot of supporters on Jimmy's side, but when the shout out, well, encouragement, it sometimes puts you off.
White would ordinarily have taken yellow in that situation for another yellow,
6.
but he needed the extra points from the blue. No reason now why he shouldn't clear up to snatch the frame.
$11. $15.
I think there'll be quite a roar from the crowd, Clive, if he clears the colours up.
Yes,
20.
Tremendous popular support.
26. Stephen Hendry missed the last red with the rest when he would have put him 6-2 up. Jimmy White cleared up and has reduced his arrears to 5-3.
I'm sure that Jimmy White will feel encouraged by the way that he captured the last frame. Maybe he'll also be inspired by it.
Six.
John Williams on refereeing and ball cleaning duties tonight.
Seven.
Knowing that he was glancing off the bunch
14.
in such a way that he was leaving one of the loose reds. No man's land for the blue. He would have had so many more possibilities had he been on blue to the middle.
Twenty. $21.
Just where he wanted this time. Chance to win the frame at this visit.
$27. $34. $35. $42. $43.
Just enough. Almost overdone that one. Jimmy's highest break in the final so far, 63. $51. Well, as you mentioned, Clive, that last frame could be quite a turning point in this match. Jimmy looked absolutely delighted after pinching the frame. Stephen Hendry had a break of 57. Seen Jimmy nick the frame on the black, and Jimmy looks very comfortable and looks to be cueing very smoothly now.
Jimmy White, 58.
Well, he didn't quite get on his next red from the black quite as he intended. It was an easier red than that he could have taken. Easier to pot, that is. For other reasons, he preferred that slightly more difficult one. One of those reasons was that there was a chance of more safety, but unforeseeably the red rebounded and finished in a potable position for Hendry.
Four. Fine. Point again. 12. $13. $20. $21.
Yeah, okay.
$28. $29.
Picking off the easy reds, Stephen Hendry, but there's one tough red up the back end. So the one on the cushion
36.
is going to be his problem ball.
$37.
Nice round of applause, but it looks as if he's finished straight on the red.
Stephen Hendry, 42.
Yes, there was no position to play from that red, so above all, make sure it comes clear of the pocket. If you miss it,
round of applause, but Jimmy, I think, can see enough of the red to cut it in.
great frame clinching chance here for white.
Seven.
Only yellow and green needed.
Nine.
This is a great start for Jimmy White this evening.
16.
Yes, he was 5-1 down, but won the last frame of the afternoon.
21.
He's added the first two of the evening.
$27. Stephen Hendry now leads Jimmy White only by 5 frames to 4.
He's on a roll, having won the first two frames of the session.
Jimmy
Well,
White, 1.
It was a risky black. Jimmy knows that, but he's come out of it not too badly, I think. Covered everything by the looks of things.
Yes, he felt good. He felt like taking it on, even though he knew it was risky.
And this could be another risky one. That plant there with quite a gap between the two reds.
Hendry waits to inspect the damage before leaving the table, wondering what he's left to either middle pocket.
And I think the plant may be on, Clive, next to the pink. That's what Jimmy's looking at. Well, as you can see, it's just off straight, so a little bit risky. Well, he's looking at it again. If the reds are touching, he could squeeze the first red onto the second red and make the plant.
Potable, but from almost tight on the baulk cushion, it would be a good pot. The ball that one would normally expect Hendry to pot. White will want to press home his current ascendancy.
I think the problem for Jimmy here is all the reds are covering each other into both corner pockets. Just attempted to dislodge a few, but hasn't really worked out for Jimmy. May look as if there's a red onto the right corner, but the white's a little bit close to the red. Be frightened of the push shot if he took that on.
Maybe there's a red to the left middle, but he would have to bridge over a ball, and the best that he could do would be to leave himself a long blue or a cut black. Double to the opposite middle.
Jimmy White, 8.
Pretty carefully calculated. The only ball that he may have left is the end red to the far corner. Still needed a good shot to get it though.
Jimmy just had a look to see what the angle was on the red. It's a pretty thin contact needed here. He was trusting to luck where the cue ball was going to finish.
Green ball. Green white, one.
Well, he doesn't want the white to go in the pocket. Heading in that direction.
Yes, even without the in-off, he was playing himself somewhat into trouble by leaving white a clear shot at the red in baulk.
Well, it looks as if he's spotted a red. Going to play it as a shot to nothing.
One.
I think Jimmy thought he might have been able to have avoided the cannon onto the red. It's a good pot, though.
Wrong ball. Jimmy White, one.
The kiss means that Hendry doesn't have to play from within an inch or so of the baulk cushion. That's a fluke, although he did make his own luck to some extent by getting the pot into the jaws of the intended pocket.
Extended rest.
Stephen Hendry, one.
Well, we've got a colour back on its own spot. The pink's just off its spot there, and yellow, green, brown, blue, all off their spots. It's quite unusual with 9 red still on the table. He needs to judge this next positional shot. I'll try that one again. Positional shot. Just to get through the gap there.
Hendry badly needs to reassert himself now. His 5-1 lead having become 5-4.
Yeah, they played that shot with a terrific amount of side to swing the cue ball around the table. It was never going to be easy, though.
Stephen Hendry, 28. One. Six. Seven. Twelve. 13.
The one difficult red is the one near the pink, but with Jimmy being a left-hander, it might be okay.
90. 26. $34.
The red looks pretty straight. Back for blue may be favourite.
35.
Too far back.
Just a little tap on the head there tells you that he was a little bit disappointed with the positional shot. The brown is the only ball safe. Jimmy doesn't need that if he can. Well, he's taking. He'll get a great round of applause if he knocks this in and gets on the yellow. Look at that for the shot. Well, Clive, that pink deserves to win any frame.
Just the green would leave Hendry needing 2 snookers.
46.
So Hendry's 5-1 lead has disappeared. Jimmy White having won the last frame this afternoon.
$55.
And the first 3 this evening.
With a clearance to the pin of 61, Jimmy White levels at 5-all.
Yes, 4 in a row for Jimmy White. Well, in the next, Stephen Hendry has been called for 3 separate misses by referee John Williams, which is one of the reasons he's 28 points down.
Jimmy can get him back down behind the colours again. Well, Clive, I didn't think he had the angle there to get past the black. That was judged to perfection.
Yes, it was judged a bit too well, actually. Touching ball, it gave White an immediate chance to put him back in trouble, but White's shot has not created the problems that it might have done.
Foul. Stephen Hendry, 4.
Well, it's cost Jimmy 4 points there, but that's probably the best thing that could have happened. The white going in the pocket. It's left a red, but it needs a good pot. Stephen Hendry would be on the pink if he could knock this in. But he's missed a few long ones this evening.
He's struggling.
One. Seven.
Rather straighter on the back red than he would wish.
Eight. Blue. Blue ball.
Well, Jimmy's usually very good with the rest,
30.
but he didn't get the cue ball near enough to the reds. Still may be able to take a shot to nothing. That's what he's having a look at. The one to the right of the pink will go in the left corner, and the white back down the table.
Jimmy White, 13.
So he has to settle for the moment for a 37-point lead. But if White could win this frame, he would be ahead for the first time since he won the opening frame of the match. Could this be one of those historic sessions which one can look back on as the key to a world final?
A little bit too thick a contact on the red, so a chance for Stephen Hendry. They're just not dropping so far this evening for the world champion.
One. 7. Eight.
Just the black. Leaves Hendry leading a snooker. Not that he's going to get much chance to play for one.
15. 16.
Before Jimmy White started this evening, I think he would have had his sights set on a possible 3-1
22.
lead at the interval. It's going to be all 4 for him. And what a performance.
23. 30.
It'll certainly help strengthen his belief
31.
that this could be his year for the elusive world title at last. There's a long way to go.
38. 40.
And Hendry will be a resolute opponent.
43.
But for the moment, White has the initiative.
47. 52. 58.
The 58 break completes White's recovery from 5-1 down to lead Hendry by 6 frames to 5.
Yeah, that was a good session, wasn't it? 5 more frames to come tonight, and we're staying here right the way through till 11:30. Of course, both these players have the ability, once they get in there, to knock in centuries. They're both great century makers. None in this final so far, but Stephen Hendry's had 5 in this year's Embassy World Championship. That 1-2-4 was on the opening day, and it was very close to 1-4-7. And Jimmy White's 1-1-2, that was on for a 1-4-7 as well, and that was in his first match, but as I say, none so far in the final. The top century is still the 1-4-3 by Alan McManus, and if he keeps it, he gets 15,400. Should either of these two make a 1-4-7, and Jimmy's had one, of course, here before, £100,000. They won't be thinking anything about that at all. So as I say, more snooker to come. They're on their interval there. Well, I can tell you that Jimmy White came out after the interval and he took frame 12. He had a break of 46. So it is Jimmy White now leading the defending champion 7 frames to 5. So away goes Jimmy, 7-5 up. And commentary now from Eddie Charlton and Jack Carnham.
Stephen may be taking this red onto the corner. Difficult to say whether he was trying to pop that or just run the cue ball through to the top cushion. But to play the run through on the safety shot, the double kiss is always on. White meeting the red on its way back. And Jimmy's playing this red to a full middle pocket, so I'd expect him to pot this. Oh, so close, but not close enough. Well, there, that face says it all there. That was really not one of Stephen's best. And he's going through a bad patch at the moment. to be careful where he's sending the reds to. Well, that shot managed to open up the path to the black ball. There were one or two reds covering the black that were both moved away. Now, chance for Stephen this time. Pink, black, blue, all available.
Eight.
This shot's more difficult than he intended. Made a nice little cannon to hold the white, but he missed that red by quite a margin. It didn't even get into the jaws. Stevens not potting anything like he has been right through this championship.
One. Move on.
That's a good shot.
Six.
Red is onto the right or the left corner from the right side of the table. That's the reason Jimmy drew the white ball there, but he's not going forward for the black. He's going back to the blue.
Seven.
And he's on the right side to position back to the reds.
Twelve.
Yes, the red to the right corner appears to be on. It was a good shot from Jimmy. He came in there in perfect position.
13. $20. 21.
That's a delightful little shot by Jimmy there, just
28.
picking off that odd red. And having removed that, of course,
29.
he's opened the corner pocket to the line of reds there. And now removing the offending red.
36. $37.
And I think he's a fraction short on that blue.
And that was fairly important because he would have had a nice plain sailing shot just to run through and be sitting on all those reds.
The two reds to the left of the cluster are clearly on. Jimmy's had a couple of looks at the two reds by the pink. No, he's not taking those reds, they can't be on, but this one certainly is. And he put the other red into a nice position over the middle pocket.
.47.
Yes, Jimmy has excellent concentration at the moment. As I said previously, he's taking a little longer on his shots, and it's nice to see.
48.
Played for the pink. Now he'll try and push one or two of those reds out into potable positions.
.54.
Well, he didn't have to disturb the reds. Just nicely on for the corner. Oh my goodness.
Jimmy White, 54.
It's a little bit careless from Jimmy. He was in perfect position.
One. Six. Seven.
Well, if Stephen can make full use of this and manage to clear up, it's the sort of effort that might well bring him back on song. He's had
14.
quite a long period now where he's been total disorientated. Oh, and that was a kick. And he's fortunately got away with it.
Yes, and if he cares to split the two reds by the pink, he has a nice angle on the black here to do it. Red closest to the blue is cuttable to the middle pocket. All three reds are potable, none of them all that easy though. He's got to play a good shot now, particularly to keep the cue ball under control. Took the corner pocket to play his best positional shot on the pink. Nice angle now to drop onto the black.
29.
Well, everything's looking rosy here, and I bet Jim is kicking his heels at the moment. I bet he's a little bit peeved missing that easy shot.
Good positional shot.
37.
Particularly now if he can get to the blue. He'll have a saloon passage run to the yellow.
38. Okay. 43.
Yes, he looks just a little anxious there. Threw a frame away.
45. $48. $52.
Yes, nice amount of check on that. Cue ball leaves him sitting on the blue, on the pink rather. And that's it. So that's stopping the rock there. Stephen Hendry pulls one back. It's 7 frames to 6.
$52.
Yes, nice amount of check on that. Cue ball leaves him sitting on the blue, on the pink rather. And that's it. So that's stopping the rock there. Stephen Hendry pulls one back. It's 7 frames to 6.
And 3 more to play in this very good session tonight. Nothing much in the next. It's Jimmy White just 11 points down and just 2 reds left on the table.
Foul and a miss. Jimmy White.
Well, that's a strange shot by Stephen there. He really lashed at that one. And the power shots under these conditions, you can never be sure that you're hitting that cue ball exactly where you mean to. And push it offline. Well, they've both had a thrash.
Quietly, please. One.
And again there, a shocking contact on that red ball. Fortunately, Stephen has the black or the pink, and in this case it'll be the pink, I would think.
has an angle now. We may see Stephen
7.
position onto the yellow in such a way that he can
8.
take the brown, position onto the yellow to try and split the blue away from the green. Gentle draw back should have him in position to do that.
Twelve. $14.
You can draw the cue ball far enough
Stephen
across the
Hendry,
table.
14.
So Stephen now needing green and the brown. Well, that was a cracking pot and perhaps a trifle unlucky to slip between the two balls there. Kiss might have given him a better opportunity than this.
Stephen Hendry, 3.
So 22 points on the table, and Jimmy, if he can take these, can pinch the frame.
Yes, the brown is certainly not easy. May play for a snooker here. Well, I thought he'd have taken the white ball to the corner, not the brown. This is quite potable for Stephen now.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, Jimmy looked quite distressed at what he'd done with the brown, but lo and behold, it's done him a favour. What a strange game this is. He's got about 5 feet between the blue and the cue ball. This will be a big screw. And that looks almost perfect. And I would think Stephen will be annoyed. So in goes the black, and Jimmy White restores the lead, 8 frames to 6.
Yes, he was frowning a bit. Don't forget, this afternoon, Hendry was leading 5-1. Here in the next, Jimmy White's opened up with a little break of 10. He's attempted to play a safety shot at that stage, but he's let Hendry in. It wasn't a good safety.
1.
Does he have an angle on this red to move the cue ball out?
8.
It's finished a bit straight and he has to draw back. No,
9.
it's quite okay. You'd be looking to move the red closest to the black away so that the black is open to both corner pockets.
16. 17.
Two reds in the open, but I think he's looking at taking the cue ball into the reds. He hasn't come out of it all that well at all.
24. Stephen Hendry, 24.
Power shot again here to get the cue ball back. That's the danger with that shot. The red ball has gone back as well.
Yes, he's quite dissatisfied there. He's in the doldrums. But he will insist on taking these very difficult shots on. Now, of course, Jimmy has a nice yellow into the right centre there to run straight through to the reds.
Nice little stun shot on this red. Will hold for the pink in the middle, or he can come forward for the black. Pink goes back onto its spot. All the colours will be available, and the reds are in reasonably good positions for Jimmy to go right on with it here.
Jimmy shakes his head there, as though
17.
he's taken a right hook on the chin. He's played a bad shot and made a mess of that.
Jimmy White, 17. Stephen Hendry, 4.
So Jimmy goes 3 points, I beg your pardon, 1 point behind. So now, can Stephen do anything about this? And perfect on the blue.
Six.
Stephen will be trying to make a nice angle on the black to split the 3 reds by the pink. Yes, and that looks
7.
in ideal position to do it. He still has the 2 single reds. There may even be one of the 3 reds by the pink on for the left corner. And decided to go into them, and is he lucky enough to be on the one to the middle pocket?
14.
Yes, he's getting down to it.
$15. $20. $21. $28.
And there you heard
29.
probably the gasp of Stephen. Gasp of disappointment and dismay. Cue ball kicked. So now he's faced with
36.
a tricky red here. It'll go in the centre pocket, but it's partially a blind pocket. And he might well take it in the corner. And that's a brilliant shot.
Yes, and I would suggest he'll take this red onto the
44.
right corner. Could be a frame winner for sure if he can make this one. Good pot call for though, it's not easy.
45. $52. $54.
So a frame
57.
again that Stephen had to really work hard for and badly needed.
61. $66. Stephen Hendry, 66.3.
So the underframe, the frame that Stephen has won, and he's pulled one back to 8-7 in favour of Jimmy White.
Could be a snooker on all reds. Jimmy can hit this. It's running through to the top cushion. But I don't think it'll be very long before Stephen will have Jimmy back onto the baulk cushion.
Oh, that's a mistake. He's much too thick on that. Oh, and what a... I was going to say what a beautiful shot. But it was an excellent try. Well, one must admire both players in this match. They've played some excellent safety, but at the same time they've both gone for their shots. And it makes for very entertaining snooker.
So the first real opportunity goes to Jimmy. Uncomfortably close to the side cushion. Probably use the brown here. Has a slight angle on the green as well to get back to the reds. But either pot has got to be a good one. And he's going to put plenty of power into this shot.
Jimmy White 1.
Well, he's only left the red on the side cushion, and if Stephen can knock this in, he might be able to make something out of this. But I would have thought Jimmy was a wee bit reckless there. This is the last frame. He's winning by one frame, 8-7. And it would be very nice to go to bed tonight 2 frames in front. And that's going in. No, it isn't. And Stephen can't believe it.
Yes, Jack, I'm sure that red was going in, but playing it as slowly as he did for the black, it drifted away from the cushion. It's certainly on for Jimmy.
So Jimmy's the first one to really get on this black. Now then. Well, sudden change of plan. No, he's back again.
Seven. 8. $50. 16.
There's a nice angle here now to open some reds into play, but he played it very gently. Didn't really push any reds into the open, but he can certainly do it this time. And I think he'll have to. I don't think there's a red on for Jimmy following this brown, but he has a nice angle to just draw the white ball right into those reds. As he has a red to the middle. And brown going on the highest available. Just moved the red far enough for the brown to be on. Must keep the cue ball under control now. Yes, that's a good shot.
$33. 34. $38. 39.
Yes, he's made a nice angle on the brown. The cue ball into those reds. Yes, a red to the right middle and to the far left corner. Neither of them easy, but I'm sure Jimmy will try and keep this break going.
There, he weighed the situation up and went through with it. So that could well be frame winner.
47.
And this red now is a very important ball. Oh dear. So 48 points ahead, and the most dangerous man in the world in this situation.
One.
Yes, and with the pink spot still tied up, if Stephen takes the black, it's going to have to go as close as it can to its own spot, so it's going to be very near the brown. this will mean that the brown is not on for either corner, but the black still is.
8. Nine.
Well, he's left himself a little bit to do here. And there we are, the kiss. Disappointing.
40.
Yes, I know exactly what he's thinking.
Well, Stephen knows that it was a bad shot for him to catch the green. Now, is he going to try and go on with the break, or is he going to play a safety shot? Well, he went for it.
Well, that really is the shot of the session, I would say. That is a very brave and a beautiful shot.
Yes, and this gives him an opportunity to move that brown away. But he's missed the black.
Oh, dear me, that's a pity.
Stephen Hendry, 50.
Well, he deserved better than that. That's hard luck.
Just looking, Jimmy could probably, the red won't pass to the corner, but Jimmy could play it off the cushion and in off the black. No, he didn't try that shot, just a safety. In fact, I think he played for a snooker, but he hasn't made the snooker.
No, I think Jimmy was a little fortunate there. He played that shot in rather nonchalant manner, and that ball was potable. So 51 points on the table. And Stephen just 33 behind.
Jimmy's very seriously considering taking this red on from here. Middle pocket. He missed it. He's come out of it all right. Stephen's in trouble now because he's got to play a good safety shot. And with the red so close to the far right corner pocket, he may come off the cushion. He's snookered on that red, but he can come off the cushion to just move it to the, perhaps to the side cushion. That's the shot.
Well, it's a rather nasty position, I would think, screwing back to the bottom cushion here and just see what happens.
Yes, Jimmy's such an attacking player that he knows that he's in a very strong position, though, if he can just pot one more red. Great effort. But at that speed, it couldn't turn into the pocket.
Well, Stevens had a look at that red into the middle, and it must be very close.
picture indicates the red is not on to the middle. But Stephen can throw this perhaps with side applied to the white ball. He went for the corner. Oh, my goodness, and that was close. Jimmy may try a double to the left middle pocket again here, bringing the cue ball back to the top cushion. If he can double this red, he'd be on the black, but he's missed the double. Now this frame can be won or lost on this shot. He's taking the red onto the corner. If he pots it, he could win. If he misses it, he could lose. Well, has that red cut the other two off from the corner pocket? They're both on for the corner. Jimmy will be taking this on. Long pot for Stephen now to the same corner pocket.
Quietly, please.
Well, I feel that this time will be the time. Well, it really should be fairly plain sailing now.
Yellow ball.
And all the balls are on, so it's not really about a break, it's just getting rid of the balls,
3.
taking them as they present themselves.
4.
So snooker's required
10.
by Stephen Hendry.
11.
So Stephen disappointed and concedes the frame. So Jimmy White, at the end of the first day of this Embassy final, goes to bed this evening.
So a very good afternoon here from the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield. It's, you've seen the forecast, heard the forecast, and now the reality. Like the audience here, you at home have been watching what's become already a fascinating final. Yesterday, in the first session, the fortunes swinging first one way and then the other. The Crucible here, of course, not a seat to be had. It's absolutely packed. And like you at home, they've been watching what's become an emotional final. I think emotional because of the two players involved. One man who's done it all before and done it brilliantly against a man who's come so close, so often, and so many people wanting it to happen for him at last. Well, whatever happens, you'll be able to see, because we're live here throughout the day. You can see every ball potted, every ball missed, every point scored, right up to the point where one of the players gets 18 frames and becomes the 1994 Embassy Champion of the World. So let's get on with it. Let me introduce you to the two most important people in the place, the players. First of all, the challenger, a man who has entered this arena on the final day of the final 5 times before. Now it's entry number 6. On his birthday, from London, Jimmy White. Jimmy White's opponent, a man who's been here 3 times before, and every time he's gone home the champion. He's done it for the last 2 years in a row, so today he's going for the hat-trick. The world number 1, the defending world champion from Scotland, Stephen Hendry. So the traditional photo call, the trophy, pictures you will see in the papers tomorrow. I doubt if either of them will touch it. It's a bit of a tradition. All the great names of snooker on this trophy. So John Williams, the referee in charge. 8 frames to be played here this afternoon, maximum of 11 this evening. Whoever gets 18 becomes the champion.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 17th frame. Jimmy
John
White
Williams
to break.
gets underway. Jimmy to break. And in the commentary box for the first part of this session, Dennis Taylor and Ted Lowe.
Yes, and that table looking fresh and colourful. The trophy, as you saw, nicely polished. As yet, a name is to be written on the winner's check. The cheque for £180,000 to go to the winner of this, the last day's play. The magic figure on the scoreboard is 18 frames, and Jimmy White is already halfway there, leading at the moment 9 frames to 7. applause there, Dennis, for a bit of a fluke.
Yes, Ted and Jimmy just held his hand up to apologise, but didn't really get an advantage from that fluke. Both players will still be a little bit tense, although they've been playing here at the Crucible for 17 days. The final day is always that little bit special. Well, that'll certainly get rid of any nerves and tension that Jimmy White had at the start of this session. Great pot.
Six. Seven.
Well, there's got a straight blue there, but the reds don't look too helpful.
Yeah, there's nothing available, Ted. The only possible red is the one on the top cushion. He might screw back for that one.
Jimmy White, 12.
Hoping for one of the birthday presents he's longed for so long. There's a picture of Jimmy's dad, who is on in the end of his nerves. They're watching every move. These are people watching a big screen, unable to get into the auditorium. The Crucible Theatre packed to suffocation. Stephen has already won this title 3 times. But it's only 2 in a row the last 2 years, and he wants to make it 3 consecutive wins to equal a record of Steve Davis.
This is a risky red into the middle for Stephen Hendry. It has to go in, otherwise he's going to leave Jimmy on.
Unlike Stephen, that one.
One. Six.
Well, Jimmy was attempting to get on a red there in such a way as he could get nicely onto the black and get it back on its spot, but it hasn't ran very kindly. A little bit awkward there.
Seven.
And this is a tough shot now if he takes the black on. He's had a look at it, but he's going to play the safety shot.
Yellow ball. Jimmy White, seven.
Eight frames of this final day's play are to be played in this first session this afternoon. And the final 11 frames of the 35-frame match to be played this evening.
It's just the way snooker goes at times, Ted. A bit scrappy, this frame. You can see the colours there getting knocked off their spots.
Yes, that's unusual, Dennis, isn't it? Not one colour on its spot. I mentioned just now that the winner picks up £180,000. The loser picks up £110,000. So I suppose you could say they're playing for £70,000. Understandable that there's a bout of safety to start the day.
Six. 7.
Might be able to pot a red and stay on the pink this time.
11.
Well, the atmosphere is absolutely electric. Just a little bit too far to be nicely on the black. Risky one if he takes it on. He's looking at the pink, but he'd be running out of position, so quite an important shot this in this first frame.
Stephen Hendry, 18.
Now the flamboyant Jimmy White. Is he going for this red into the yellow pocket? Or will it be safety?
Well, knowing Jimmy, Ted, he'll certainly take the pot on.
And he's left it.
That's the way this man plays the game. Half a chance, he'll take it on.
One. Four. Five.
You might have to just come across and play a cannon onto one of those two reds that you can see there. Well, he's got to be very precise. He's played to leave the gap between the black and the red, and the black was back on its spot.
12.
It would appear there that he's just overdone it. Or has he?
Well, he attempted it with a little bit of side to swerve around the black.
Still anybody's frame. I think he's been a bit lucky there, Dennis.
Well, he's covered two reds, as you can see, Ted, but Jimmy's got the one to the left corner pocket. Wants a good shot, though.
Again, he leaves it.
One. Seven. Eight.
Well, he's just overran that a little bit. He's now going to have to play the cannon onto the red, so could go slightly wrong. Played it well, but has he snookered himself? A round of applause, but the black going back on its spot.
15.
So, still plenty of excitement in this opening frame.
Stephen now with a 25-point lead.
Stephen Hendry, 15.
Yeah, settles back in that chair, looking a little tired in a way. But perhaps he's just disappointed by leaving Jimmy this one into this pocket.
Well, Jimmy still needs to pull a good shot out here. Not easy to pot that blue and get back to the red. He's got to avoid the cannon into the brown when he comes off the bottom cushion.
Six.
White just drifted a little bit on Jimmy. That can always happen when you play the ball at that pace with drag.
This is where the fractured arm becomes a little bit of a handicap. Normally, I think Stephen would have reached that. Made it far more difficult having to use the rest.
Well, a lot of tension out there. And the amazing thing about it, Ted, is your relations, all your fans, they're a lot more nervous than you are out there playing. You've got a job to do. You get on with it.
Yes, I think that's quite true, Dennis. Very rarely do you see stars' wives accompanying them on these big matches.
Now, he left that white short, wanted to be behind the green. That poor safety shot from Jimmy probably cost him this opening frame.
The blue to go 25 points ahead. So just this yellow now to make the frame safe. But one fancies that Jimmy will not really return to the table in this first frame.
Eight. Eleven.
So this first frame of the final day has been a bit of a tussle. A little bit ragged in places, but finally it's the defending world champion, Stephen Hendry,
20.
who clears up here and is now just one frame behind. What a battle in front of us.
26.
Jimmy White's leading, 9 frames to 8.
Wow, rather tentative opening frame there from both players. I think a few little nerves either side. John Virgo, my resident guest, always on finals day at the World Championship. John, before we talk about that one, I mean, there was a marked contrast, as we were saying, in the 2 sessions yesterday, wasn't there?
Yeah, well, the last 2 years. 2 years ago, Stephen played unbelievable. He won 10 on the trot. The one thing I thought might stick in Jimmy's mind was when last year he just got blown away, and when he was 5-1 down, I thought, has he got the resolve to really believe in himself? And he did, and he won 7 of the 9 frames last evening, which was a tremendous performance. So it proves that Jimmy has got the resolve.
What did you read into that opener here this afternoon?
Well, it was a scrappy game. All I read in it, you've got 2 guys there who are really edgy, and neither of them are too certain what the outcome of this is, like I don't think we are. But they're prepared to give everything to win.
Well, Just reminding you, we're live throughout the day here for this Embassy World Championship final. Stephen Hendry having taken the first of the afternoon, 8-9, just 1 in it.
Stephen regularly finds the bulk cushion with his safety shots.
Well, it looks as if he's covered it, but there's one red that'll pot into the right corner. Not the one nearest the pocket, the one to the right of it.
One.
Appears he's placed the cue ball too good. It's dead straight.
Six. Seven.
Once again, as we've seen so many times from the break-off shot, that red goes just to the right of the black and just causes a slight problem. But I think Stephen can get onto that black if he just brings the cue ball back a little bit. Pink's also available if he doesn't judge that one right.
$14.
I think he might just get through to the black there. Very close thing.
$20. $21. $26. $27.
That first frame has certainly given Stephen Hendry a lot of confidence. Seems to be cueing very smoothly.
$34. 40. 41. 47. 48.
Well, his positional play at the moment is absolutely spot on.
There's the breaks in the final so far, for Stephen Hendry, that is. 7 over 50, no centuries yet.
$55.
He wants this frame, of course, to level the match.
$61.
Well, you can see there's a possible 136 on if he took blacks with these reds.
62.
68 in front now, just a possible 67 on the table, so Stephen Hendry can relax a little bit and see if he can make his first century. All Jimmy can do is sit and watch.
69. 75. 76. 82. 83.
'A world champion at work.
$89.
This is tough.
Now, we can't give him that, but we can give him the frame. He's leveled the match. They're 9 frames each. And what a terrific break that was. Never really in trouble until the last shot. It's the 4th occasion these two stars have met in this Embassy World Final, and Dennis, to me, it's purely genius versus magic.
Yeah, you couldn't wish for a better final. We've seen it many times before, but that first frame proved crucial. Jimmy wants to get into the table and get on with it as soon as possible. The referee's still setting the balls up. He knew he had a good chance to win that opening frame. It was Stephen Hendry who took it, and
19th frame.
that certainly did his confidence the world of good, but off we go. It's Jimmy's turn to break. It's all very exciting.
6. Seven.
Well, maybe a bit of a bad contact there, but he's okay, even if he's straight on the blue. He's got the loose red there to the right of the pink. Would be a help if the black would pass the red. That's what Jimmy was having a look at there, but it looks pretty tight from our... Can't really see from that angle.
$30.
Well, there's your answer.
Just checking to see if the pink will in fact spot. It won't.
And as you can see, Ted, the angle
90.
we just seen there, the black definitely wouldn't pot.
$20. $25.
Not a bad contact there, Jimmy felt. This is a good response from Jimmy White. He only played one shot really in the last frame, and that was a bad safety shot. Had to sit it out then.
$26.
Now, I wonder if he can move this nuisance red here. It appears so.
34. $41. $42.
Well, we keep saying it, but this is the important shot coming up. Nice angle. If he gets a lucky split on the reds, great chance of the frame.
$49.
49. And all to go for. A red into the center.
$57. $58.
Well, Ted, Stephen Hendry at an 89 in the last frame. Jimmy's responded. This could be one terrific final we're in for. Could be a complete classic.
Stephen's turn to sit in the chair. All the reds this end of the table.
$63. 64.
And wouldn't it be brilliant
71.
if both players played to the best of their form on this final day?
Seems to me, Dennis, they are. He knows the frame's gone. Caught the other. Wrong red first. A signal from Stephen Hendry. And Jimmy White is back in the lead at 10 frames to 9.
Let me just tell you, if you were watching the racing before we started with our snooker final this afternoon, the racing from Haydock, you might have seen quite a nasty fall by jockey Declan Murphy. The news on that is he's been taken to Warrington Hospital, where I'm sad to say he's in intensive care, and the plan is later to transfer him to Walton Hospital in Liverpool into the neurological unit. That's the bad fall suffered this afternoon at Haydock by Declan Murphy. We wish him well. Let's concentrate now on this match between Stephen Hendry and Jimmy White, and in fact they've got quite a record between them over the past, and there in fact it is. It's 13-12, it's that close in Hendry's favour, and of course the three world finals here, what we shouldn't forget is that Jimmy beat him in the second round in 1988 in a great match. It was 13-12, one of the great matches. So, very close, and it's very close here. Stephen Hendry just a frame down at 9-10.
Stephen Hendry, 1.
He's got the pink.
Foul and a miss. Stephen Hendry, 6. Touching ball.
Interesting there, Ted, that Stephen didn't have the ball replaced. It was a touching ball, so he could quite easily play it on the table. I'm just wondering if he made that choice simply because the pink ball is free. It was tied up. So maybe that's the reason he decided to play from there.
A very good point, that, Dennis. Can't see enough of the loose red this time to do anything about it. Is it going to reach?
Touching ball.
I think it was that extra spoonful of cornflakes, Ted, that got him there. Well, there's only one red that Stephen Hendry can hit, and he'll have a go at it.
There is a loose red, as you can see now, to the right of the pack there. But it's a great opportunity for him, if he wishes, to break them all up. It didn't break too well.
6.
He certainly gave them a bit of a clout, didn't he?
Yes, the way they were positioned, Ted, there was no chance of the white going in off, so he still got a nice one into the corner here.
Seven.
Jimmy in the background there, watching every shot. Some players prefer not to look at the table while they're sat in the chair.
13.
Jimmy interested in everything that's happening.
Stephen Hendry, 13.
If he could pick up the title, the cheering would continue until next year's Embassy World Final, I think. Very popular star.
Well, that was always going to be risky. Not so much the pot, but what he was going to do with the cue ball. Somehow tried to get it onto the black. And if he can't get through to the yellow, it's a bit of a problem for him.
It does appear, Dennis, he's snookered on the yellow, so...
Well, that was the best he could do, but Jimmy can put him in a little bit more trouble here. Green and brown's the target. having to give this one a bit of thought. Jimmy's got him trapped. There's no easy way back down the table.
The setting here at the Crucible Theatre as the defending champion. Plays it safe up here. I thought he was endeavouring to get around the angles. Who am I to think such things?
What you would say, Ted, play it again, Sam. Same position.
Where's the cue ball going to?
Foul, Jimmy White 4.
A great shot, even if the outcome was a little fortunate.
Yes, I think he deserved his little bit of luck there. It was such a great pot. He would have been on the blue, but Cannon has left him nicely on the pink. But well deserved. Just have a look at this. Look at the cue ball. The screw he got on that was incredible.
Seven. Eight. 30. 40. 20. 21. 26. 27.
27.
Great response from Jimmy White, having lost the opening 2 frames this afternoon, for the scores to be all level.
Yes, there's a hushed audience there, packed.
33.
All with the expectancy of Jimmy going back 2 frames ahead.
$34.
He's overdone that a little bit. The black has been out of commission there. He's had to play some good positional shots. Still got the red on, but he's cannoning into the other red, so he needs a little bit of good fortune to finish nicely on a colour here.
Eyes glued to the table. It got away.
39.
It got away, Ted, but Jimmy certainly got away with it there. Took his eye off the pot, but he's finished with everything safe. Now is Stephen Hendry going to take a risk and take that cue ball down the table? He's just going to touch into it. The red over the pocket's causing the problem.
Touching ball.
Well, Jimmy, having a touching ball, can play away. There you see the cue ball right on the red. Now what will Jimmy do?
Yes, Ted, that was a little bit careless from Stephen Hendry to leave them touching. Anywhere in the vicinity of the pocket would cover that
red. It's a good distance away. This is open. He's 22 points ahead.
Blue ball. Six. Seven.
Well, on Jimmy's previous positional shot, he didn't play for the one over the pocket. He was short on another red. And this is a tricky little one. Yeah, he's just playing the safety shot. And putting the pink safe as well.
Jimmy White 7.
Well, it's safe, all right. Stephen can't see one of the 3 reds at all.
Foul and a miss.
Yes, I thought John Williams would
Jimmy
call a
White
miss
4.
there. Stephen attempting to hit the red that's near the black. And I think that was the right call there, so let's see what Stephen can make of it this time. That's got a better chance. This could be a brilliant shot.
Foul. Jimmy White 4.
So the snooker gives Jimmy 8 points, now leading by 37 points.
A great pot. It was worth the risk there.
Just wants one red now.
4.
Stephen coming up to the mid-session interval. Well, there's 47 points in it, a possible 35 points on the table. So Stephen wants 3 snookers, the red, the black and the colours to tie.
Good shot. Yes, Teddy normally would concede. But this is the Embassy World Final. The pink and black are out of commission for snookers, but the yellow and bronze in quite a nice situation.
A good try, but I think he might have left it.
Played it well, but Jimmy should be able to swerve around the green here. Well, in fact, he's going straight up the table with a little bit of side.
Foul.
Never easy to judge
Hendry
those.
4.
That's the first of 3 snookers he's given away. Where's the red going to this time? Hampered by the black. And Stephen concedes. They share the first 4 frames of this morning's first session, and Jimmy White leading 11 frames to 9.
Or even Ted this afternoon. There, I'll be watching you. The song's actually called Every Breath You Take, and it's by the Police. We'll bear that one in mind. Players coming out very shortly now. John, 4 more this afternoon. I mean, it is delicately poised now, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And we were watching that music item, the one before, you know, it's very poignant. And I think if you're going to write a book on the Crucible, you won't be able to finish it unless Jimmy White wins a world championship.
Well, he's out in the arena. As I say, he's leading here 11 frames to 9. 4 more this afternoon. And it's 18 the target.
Jimmy White to bring.
As John Williams gets them underway. 4 frames to come here this afternoon. Who wins that famous trophy? Who gets the cheque for £180,000? For Jimmy White, it's the honour he wants more than anything else. Commentary now from John Spencer and Jack Carnan. We're away.
So Jimmy White breaks off and nicely on the cushion. Well, gradually the reds are being opened up, making safety a little more precarious. And there's a mistake.
Yes, Jimmy intended to play a shot to nothing, wanted to get between the red and black. So a chance here for Stephen.
One. Six. Seven.
And it's beautiful judgment by Stephen there.
Just looking at the angle here, would think he would be trying to get onto the red to the left of the black spot there to open up the path of the black into both corners.
$14. 15. $20. Stephen Hendry, 20.
Well, he hasn't missed many of those.
Well, Jimmy can get through to this red near the right-hand corner pocket. And if he takes it on, black will go into the other pocket, so he has to pot this. It's a pressure shot. Knows he will be leaving Stephen should he miss it.
Well, this is a gift now then. And this is the sort of situation where Stephen really excels.
One. Eight. Nine.
And this time doesn't look to have the angle on the red.
16.
To hold for the black, so it'll be down for the blue or pink.
$17. $23. $24.
And now leaving the perfect angle on the black, just to drop the black in and red into the same corner pocket. So a 44-point lead. Got to be a good chance here for Stephen.
$31. $32.
And now choice of two reds, the one to the right of the pink or the one
39.
near the right hand side cushion.
$40.
So just the black and one more red required.
47. 48.
Well, not quite the angle on the blue to stun into the pack of reds. I don't think any will pot, so he might be coming directly off the side cushion into the pack, or may try and stun down with a lot of left-hand side on the white to come round the angles and split the reds. The way he's looking there is looking to see if that middle red will go into the green pocket. Well, didn't disturb them, so I think that's now end of break.
Stephen Hendry, 54. Foul, Jimmy White, 4. Frame, Stephen Hendry.
So there we are, a frame that Stephen desperately needed. He can't afford to lose one at this stage, so it's 11-10 now. And well, John, the play, I think, has been probably the best we've ever seen.
Yes, I think it's been fascinating, actually, the final. The standard of play from both players has been the highest quality, and yet we haven't had a, I don't think we've even had a 90 break, never mind a century, and yet they're both playing so well. They're both terrific break builders. I still think we're in for a ding-dong battle yet.
22nd frame. Stephen Hendry to break.
Well, that was a cannon that he really didn't need.
Well, Jimmy has left Stephen a shot to nothing here, red into the right corner, but Stephen has to take the white between the black and that red to the left of the table. Didn't get between the gap, but it's been rather unfortunate there. Snookered on all colours.
Green ball.
good hit on the green, but this is certainly a chance now for Jimmy.
Well, he's achieved the right side of the reds. That was the problem there, but I'm sure he would like to have been off that cushion.
Yes, I think this is the difference with Jimmy White now. Would normally have been taking a red on.
Jimmy White 3.
Decided he'd played a bad shot, accepted it, and now played an excellent safety shot.
Oh dear. Well, no, you didn't bargain for that. But that sort of shot is very difficult to play. The ball can drift a fraction and destroy the intentions.
Yes, it's not too easy, however, for Jimmy. Can't get any screw on the white to get for the black, so it's going to be a thinnish black.
1.
Well, well, well. Goodness me.
White 1.
Well, those things can happen. Just a lapse for a moment. Well, he looks a little bit hot under the collar there. He's disappointed with that.
Can Jimmy get through to the red just at the bottom of the pack there? Doesn't appear so. Well, he can. And this could be a great chance now for Jimmy. And of course, his confidence will be a bit higher now after missing that previous black. Let Stephen in and suddenly he's let off the hook, so might put a few points together here now.
Well, he was looking for the rub of the green there, but he hasn't had it. But I must say that I think we're seeing quite a different Jimmy White this year. I'm sure he won't mind me saying that he's been first class in his attitude this year. He's got his head down in the evening. He's been a good lad.
Yes, and if he pots this jack, he will be having the rub of the green. And that's the sort of position where, although he looked to be unlucky, once he spotted the ball, it's turned out better for him. Now we've got the red spread all over the table. Just needs one good pot now on the colour.
Well, again, that's a bad miss. And just look at the reds here. And Jimmy hangs his head and thinks, what have I done? And of course this frame is, like all frames are big frames, but Stephen now has a chance to make it all square.
1. Eight. Nine.
Well, every ball on the table is
16.
near a pocket. Of course, this is just the sort of exercise that will give Stephen confidence and perhaps get his shooting boots on again.
24. 25.
'Yes, and Stephen making Jimmy pay for that
32.
bad miss. And I think it's very important against a player of Jimmy's type, aggressive, break building,
33.
that you have to punish him for his mistakes, undermine his confidence. And with the position of the balls now, I would certainly expect Stephen
40.
to go on and clinch the frame at this visit.
Forty-one.
Well, he's watching, tense, but concentrating hard.
$48. 49.
Now 37-point difference. So colour, red colour would be sufficient to leave Jimmy Neely in snookers.
$53. 54. 59. 60.
So now it's just a matter of can he clear the board.
Yes, it's funny Jack had just said that. Hadn't been a century break.
67.
Certainly a good chance here.
68.
Needs the blue. Which would make just 100 on the table. Not gone
73.
quite high enough up the table, but trace of right hand side would hold for the green.
75. 78. 82.
So are we going to see the first century? Which gives no indication of
87.
the quality of the match. It has been absolutely superb. Both players trying to break one another, and as yet they haven't succeeded. But Stephen takes the frame, and it's now 11 frames all.
There really is so little between these two. 46 players entered for this championship. 32 got here to the Crucible, and as you know, we're down to 2, and they've had to do some work to get here, as you'll see. Stephen Hendry, well, he came against Surinder Gill, a newcomer, and that wasn't too difficult. Dave Harold was another newcomer to the Crucible, and he did well to make that second round, but beaten 13-2. Stephen's quarter-final against Nigel Bond was by no means easy. He had some early struggles in that match, finally came through 13-8, the score not really reflective of the match. And then, of course, that epic meeting with his old rival, Steve Davis. I say old rival, but only the second time they'd ever met in the Crucible, believe it or not. On the previous occasion, that was 89, when Davis won his last title. Davis won in the semi-final, but this time Hendry getting it back 16-9 to come into the final against Jimmy White. As we say, Jimmy White again. Meeting so many times here, and Jimmy always losing out in the final in previous years. Billy Snadden was a young Scot who made his debut here, and Jimmy getting through 10-6. Neil Folds, that was difficult, 13-10. He really had to struggle to knock out Neil Folds. Ken Doherty was even more difficult, 13-10 again. And then Darren Morgan, the Welshman, going out 16 frames to 8. So that's how they got here, and this is where they are, and it's absolutely level at 11 frames all.
So now, what a big frame this is. They've battled for 3 hard sessions, and they still cannot leave one behind. So what price this frame, John? It's a really big frame, this.
Well, Jack, they're all big frames. When I used to go to the table, you play it frame by frame. Ignore the score on the scoreboard. That's a tremendous opening red by Jimmy. And it's so unusual to see
4.
2 players at the same time played to such high quality.
5. 10.
And that is absolutely perfect strength by Jim.
11.
Well, they call him the whirlwind, but he certainly hasn't been a whirlwind in this tournament at all, and I think he's a better player for it.
18. 19. 26.
So a great start again for Jimmy. Still 3 open reds before he has to think of breaking the pack.
$27. $34.
Yes, he
35.
just checked on that and found that he was a little bit too sharp on the black if he had tried to stay there. And I think he's a little bit straight on the blue. So it'll possibly be a longer red than he would have liked. But the way he's playing, this should be no problem.
Yes, this is the important shot now.
40.
Has to leave an angle on the black to get into that pack of reds.
$41.
And that's certainly not the best of shots. I doubt if we'll see him try and get into the pack here. A little too near the cushion, so ignoring the black and playing a good safety shot. Probably put one of the bolt colours safe.
Jimmy White, 41.
Al Stevens forced now into opening the pack. So that ball needs to be tight on the bottom cushion, but it isn't. And here's a chance now for Jimmy.
Yes, choice of 2 reds, but unfortunately for Jimmy, he's not going to be able to control the white that easily. And could be certainly going into those 4 reds near the pink. Well, off this one he should be kissing the red near the back cushion. Needs a bit of luck.
Well, I bet Henry's pleased about that.
Yes, certainly the best of luck for Jimmy, but by the same token he's put a red safe on that right hand cushion. Brown on the side cushion, and Stevens are going to need the lot eventually.
Oh, and he hasn't reached.
Jimmy White 1, Stephen Hendry
Wow.
7.
Yes, and luckily for Jimmy there's a red near this left cushion, otherwise it would have been a free ball. Well, that's a poor shot from Stephen. White should have been tight on that bolt cushion.
Just look at the apparent ease that Jimmy holds that white ball. Tremendous power in his cue.
Yes, Stephen knew he'd made the mistake immediately, but still a good pot by Jimmy. And now you'd certainly expect him to go on and win the frame.
$15. $16.
He's not hard enough. And this time that's a terrible shot by Jimmy. 51 points ahead, so just needed a colour and another red. And he's looking at the blue, but I certainly don't think he should be even thinking of it. Should be putting the yellow on the side cushion as insurance.
Foul. Jimmy White, 16, 4.
Well now, what a difference that could make. Well, the frame was virtually over there with in favour of Jimmy White. But now, how's this for a pressure break?
Yes, and this Jimmy's showing the pressure jack. He didn't reach the black when he was playing the snooker, and then another foul, and he just touched the white. But still, a lot of work for Stephen to do here.
Well, I can't think of anybody, John, who's better placed to do the job.
I'm sure he'll be trying to get that red out off the side cushion here when potting this red.
8.
And that's a good result for him. Put the red over the middle pocket.
$11. $12.
Well, the cue ball control, it really is tremendous. It might sound as though we're just praising it all the way, so to speak, but I'm sure people who know how to play, especially the young men that will be watching, will be quite amazed at the control
18.
of that cue ball.
Yes, and Stephen's still got quite a bit of work to do. That brown near the side
19.
cushion could be Jimmy's saviour. Now 23 points behind, so needs all the colours to win the frame.
24. $26.
So this shot now all about pace. Straightforward pot in the green pocket, right hand side cushion across the table to try and drop behind the brown. Has to get the pace correct.
$29.
Well, I think he heard you, John.
Yes, but it's probably finished in the worst place that Stephen could ask for. Tight against the cushion, playing into a type of blind pocket.
And he's left it.
Hendry, 29.
Well, can you imagine the relief that Jimmy White's feeling? That's been a couple of minutes of purgatory. Would you believe this? Oh, good heavens above.
Stephen Hendry, 4.
Well,
Well, you can only say that is pure carelessness. Jimmy only wanted the brown to win the frame, didn't have to play for the blue, and can't say that's bad luck. The white shouldn't have been anywhere near the centre pocket.
4.
Well, he's got to try and get that out of his mind. And that has come, well,
9.
just a trifle. Stephen just waggles his head there and thinks, well, that wasn't good enough. And he wants both balls. And he's left it. Well, would you believe this? So Jimmy White comes to the table for the second time, and he smiles this time. Just needs the pink. Well, it's in, and he takes the lead by 12 frames to 11. Well, the audience are showing their appreciation for certainly a wonderful match going on here, and in my opinion, John, this frame, the 23rd frame, is one that Hendry and Jimmy will remember, where they've both had it in their pocket and given it away, and what an important time to lose a frame.
Yes, Jack, and I think that will certainly hurt Stephen a lot more than the previous frames. And for Jimmy, of course, had he won it at the first visit, it wouldn't have mattered so much, but winning it how he did, it will be a boost to his confidence. He had it won, then he'd lost it, won it, lost it, but that is what snooker's all about.
So now can
Final frame of this session.
Stephen, in this last frame of the session, can he make it 12 all?
Things suddenly going Jimmy's way. Put the red over the corner pocket. The white runs behind the yellow.
Well, he doesn't like it, and who can blame him? Just look at the reds. One mistake here and, well, 2 frames behind is beginning to look too many. Well, he's got what he played for.
Yes, and what's impressed me, Jack, about both players in this match, Jimmy 5-3 behind, pulled back, went 9-7 in front, Stephen pulled back. Both players showed tremendous character.
Yes, John, I think if there was any doubt in anybody's mind with this match, well, they would probably have favoured Stephen as perhaps a little stronger in temperament, shall we say, than Jimmy, because Jimmy is such an artistic player, but Jimmy's really shown us some backbone this match. And the two together, I think, can be good enough to beat anybody.
Yes, and that shot there from Stephen, I think, shows the pressure he's under. Missed that by the proverbial mile.
I don't think they want to get a puck, John.
Man, it's easy for us to say, Jack, but the pressure that must be on the two players out there must be absolutely tremendous. I know players that wouldn't be able to use the cue, never mind pot the balls with it.
Yes, the strange thing is that generally in sport, and we do get critics of snooker, they think that it isn't a tough game. Well, those who write about it and say it isn't want to come and have a try.
Six. Seven.
And cleverly using that red there just
40.
to keep him in a nice position. I wonder how many people watching try to anticipate how can he do this or that. And when you see it done, you think you knew, but you didn't know before you'd seen it.
22. Three. $30. 31.
Still nicely in position. Still plenty of open reds.
$38.
I think Stephen realises just how important this break is.
$39.
And that's a well played shot.
$46. 47.
And that's a nasty contact there. But it's quite amazing how Stephen seems to raise his game.
Well, I certainly don't think he needs to disturb any reds here. Red available into the right corner.
$52. Stephen Hendry, 52.
Well, Stephen was muttering a bit there. I don't know if he's muttering to himself or might have got a bad contact, but he missed that with quite a distance. He's looking at this red against the cushion, but he has a red at the bottom of the pack there. I think we'll go into the opposite corner pocket and 52 points behind. He needs to be opening the reds. I think he's got to take this on and should be on the black if he pots it.
Eight.
Jimmy giving this a lot of thought. This red up the side cushion isn't at all easy. There's a much easier red into the left-hand centre, but it's the positional side of the shot. I think he may try and screw onto the two reds below the pink to come down for the black. Oh, and then a better angle than it looked, and that's a good shot.
Sixteen. Seventeen.
Well, that hasn't exactly helped, kissing that red to the side. That's a great shot.
Yes. But with the position of the balls, you would certainly be expecting Stephen to get another chance.
$24.
He'll be hoping.
There's one thing for
27.
sure, if Jimmy does go on to win the frame at this visit, it will be one of the great clearances.
$28.
Nice angle on the pink now to come off the back cushion, and one of those two reds near the left-hand side cushion.
Oh, that's a pity. Just didn't get
34.
underneath the balls.
Touching ball.
So Stephen will be sighing with relief.
Jimmy White, 34.
Well, I don't know if this red will go into the corner pocket, but that was a terrible shot by Jimmy. White should have been down on that bolt cushion. It appears the red will go.
One.
Stephen just looking at the board, but he does need both the reds that's left on the table to win the frame.
So he's got now a repeat of his
7.
last red.
He made sure he had the angle on the pink to just drop the pink in and fall behind the red.
And that surely must be Stephen's frame.
14.
Yes,
50.
very, very careful there.
Stephen Hendry, 50.
So 33 points ahead. The colours remaining, so Jimmy requiring 2 normal snookers. And he's played that in a very nonchalant manner. I'm sure Stephen will put this away. So, a session that I'm sure everybody here will remember, a wonderful session of snooker. Quality it would be hard to improve on. So they shake hands at the end of a real pleasure watching a wonderful game. And at the interval, they are 12 frames each.
Well, there's the centuries of the 2 players so far. 5 by Hendry and 4 by Jimmy White. A 1-2-4 and the 1-1-2. As I say, both of them pretty close to 1-4-7s. But that's only happened twice.
Very nice touch. Going low on the white ball is taking it back for the blue. If he overruns the blue, he'll have a baulk colour to take.
$70.
The young Scottish genius of the Green Bays. Stephen first entered this Embassy World Championship back in 1986. He won the title in 1990, lost out in 91, but has won it for the last 2 years and is so anxious to make it 3 consecutive wins.
$23. $24.
Stephen's made a nice angle on the blue. There's still one red nicely in the open, but he could take the cue ball into the little cluster here to spread them around. I think he attempted that, but he missed them.
29.
9 points in front.
Stephen Hendry, 29.
Quite a tall lad is Stephen Hendry these days, well over 6 foot. I remember him first when he had his first pair of long trousers and his cue was longer than he was. And what's Jimmy done here? The flamboyant star from London.
Black and pink both tied up. Stephen will be concentrating on the blue till he can get those two higher colours separated.
Six. 7.
That's just part of our audience, and you can see those two young ladies who they're supporting.
Yes, that's good position once again. Stephen has a slight angle to this pot on the red to split black and pink apart. But if he took that shot on, it's one to be careful with because he may not get on either of them. So he's giving that a miss and going for the blue.
Nerves of steel and solid as a rock. Jimmy, looking just a little anxious there. He wanted to win this first frame.
19.
Well, we could all hear
Hendry,
the...
90.
We could all hear the contact of the two balls there. Sounded just like two stones hitting together. Terrible kick.
Yes, now will Jimmy attempt to split the black and the pink from this red ball? If he failed to be on either one, the blue would still be cuttable to the left middle pocket, so I think Jimmy will try and separate the two high colours with this shot.
Has the safeguard of the blue over the centre. Now, is this strong enough? He could have done with another foot
6.
there.
May try for a snooker now.
Jimmy White 6.
So Jimmy within 22 points at the moment. That's what he's lined up for Stephen Hendry. Stephen has to keep the red safe. And it looks as though he's done that.
Yes, he knew he had to catch that red ball full to send it to its present position. It was a good shot. Now, where's Jimmy's white ball going? No. The red will pass the black to the corner, but very difficult shot.
Well, there's a consolation prize, Eddie.
Yes, Stephen just signalling Jimmy there that it was a fluke. He didn't try to get the cue ball in behind the pink.
Foul. Stephen Hendry 4. Thank you, gentlemen.
This could make a difference. Jimmy comes to the table 26 points behind. This first frame this evening, the final session. And what an important frame this is.
Yes, and isn't the colour on the table safe, so it's only a matter of Jimmy keeping this cue ball under control now, and he should take the frame from here.
4. Six. Nine. 13.
8 points behind. Wants both pink and black.
Now, does Jimmy have an angle on this pink to get to the black? He's drawing back. No, that's not what he intended.
No, he had a lot of side on that cue ball, but it wasn't sufficient. He wanted to kick it towards the right-hand centre pocket. So our first frame finishes up all on the black. He's had a go. It's not there. But he's got the cue ball under the cushion at the top here.
Now it'll be interesting to see if Stephen takes this black on. It's a good 10 feet away. He's hard up on the top cushion.
It was a great try, but a very difficult cueing, as you saw. He could hit very little of the cue ball, just the top of it. So Jimmy White then, with the black at his mercy, and the first frame of the final session, the roar goes up for Jimmy White as he goes back into the lead at 13 frames to 12.
Just reminding you, it's 18 they need. We're live all the way. John Virgo, always here on Embassy World Championship Finals night. You were saying this afternoon that when the afternoon finished, you thought Jimmy was the more edgy of the two. What do you feel now?
Well, only because the 2 frames that he lost. Now, I think that frame is as close as the matches. I really do. I think it depends on who's man enough, if you like, to take the chances. And I think Jimmy would have cleared up there if he'd have got the right angle on the pink. So he can't fault himself for not taking that opportunity. And I think that's how close it is. I think whoever gets an opportunity, particularly at the end of a frame, and is man enough to win it.
But there's no question in this match, as has been in previous sort of matches with Jimmy and Stephen, whoever gets in knocks in a big break. It's not going to be a big break match, is it?
No, well, it hasn't been all along. And I say it's just because the tension that both players are feeling. Stephen, for whatever reason, Jimmy, because we all know the reason for Jimmy. He's been here so many times, part of the Crucible legend, and never won it.
I mean, he can't believe he's going to come into the last day of a final 6 times and still go home without a trophy. He must believe it's going to happen.
Well, I think that belief is very important. If he believes that, then I think it can happen.
Well, he's taking a few minutes to sort himself out here, having taken the opening frame of the night. 13-12, Stephen Hendry, the champion, getting us back underway.
Well, now here's Stephen confronted with a similar shot to the shot he just had on the black. Hard to say whether Stephen attempted to pop that red or not. I think he would have. I couldn't understand him not taking that on, but it missed by quite a wide margin.
Well, as you can see, Jimmy's broken up all the reds. Feeling a little confident? A great opening red from the defending champion. The table now at his mercy.
Unfortunately, the black spot's not clear, so he's going to lose the black after this. Pink's pretty well tied up, so he's got a lot of work to do here to compile a sizable break.
Talking of sizable breaks, the highest break in the championship claims £15,400. That's in the hands of another Scotsman, young Alan McManus, with a magnificent clearance of 143.
Indicates that the black is onto the right corner. Stephen drawing the cue ball across the table to its present position. must be very neat. Can only just get by the red, but it's a big ball if he can make it.
Stephen
Afraid
Hendry,
not.
9.
As the song says, it was just one of those things.
One.
And the way these reds are spread around, Jimmy has a good opportunity now. Gets the black ball back, its spot is clear. Good chance of compiling quite a good score here.
Six. Seven.
I say,
Jimmy White, 7.
nerves, tensions, pressures.
Yes, I think it may have been one of those occasions too, Ted, when Jimmy's taken his eye off the blue to get the cue ball to the reds. Missed the easiest of shots there. So easily done.
Well, you saw the replay. It
One.
just showed you how easy it is to miss those balls. But Stephen's back in here.
Eight. Nine. Sixteen. Seventeen. $24. $25.
Yes, and this is a red that has to be
32.
very correctly struck if it's going to go in on the cushion. Getting out for the black ball at the same time. Well, time and time again we've seen that type shot missed by all the players.
Stephen obviously disappointed over that. Understandable when you, there's the replay, and into the jaws. I was about to say it's understandable when you consider there's £290,000 resting on this final alone. The winner to pick up 180,000 and the loser 110,000. He's not worried about the money, he wants the title.
May try and split the 3 reds by the pink from this yellow ball. No, content to drop onto the 3 open reds, and that is a very, very good shot.
Four. $11. 12.
Jimmy has an angle on this black now to split the reds by the pink, but he doesn't have to. He still has the 1 open red. And he has an angle now on this red
19.
with the corner to dislodge the reds, but the point is he may not position onto a colour, so he has to be careful. Splitting reds from a red can cause a break to come to an end. It's better to do it from a coloured ball.
$20.
And that's exactly what I just meant. Fortunately, Jimmy has finished fairly straight on the black. He may take it on, but could play a foul shot in stroking the white ball. It's so close to the black ball.
And 14 points adrift at the moment. He won't want to take any chances.
Blue ball. Even white.
Well, Stephen has that one covered.
Yes, and Jimmy went very close to snookering Stephen on all 3 reds. He can hit the red ball on the right of the table. Oh, he's playing across the table. Well, that is not a good shot, and that's well wide of the mark.
Foul and a miss. Jimmy White 4.
Well, you heard referee John Williams there giving a foul and a miss. But Jimmy's got a red over the centre pocket, so 10 points in it. Overcut it. That's quite unbelievable. Concentrating on that position. Perfect on the black.
The red is on for Stephen. Gaining position is the thing. He should pot the red.
One.
Apparently the pink just skids by the blue. Yes, there's our camera, shows the line, and that's a very good positional shot.
7. Eight.
Making an angle on the pink to get to the red. Deep screw called for here. Yes, and that's well played.
14.
So this last red becomes a crunch ball.
Stephen Hendry, 14.
Just wanted that and a colour. It wasn't to be. 24 points the difference. Here it is again. Into the jaws.
And Jimmy's line in behind the black was good. His pace was just a little bit strong. Now, will Stephen take this on, or will he play for a snooker? It'd be a great pot if he could make it, but it's certainly not easy. Yes. Must catch this red very fine, or he could go in off in the corner pocket. It's a good shot.
Yes, that's a brilliant shot. Only a couple of inches off the vault cushion. And that's a good one too.
Pot is on for the corner, but I think Jimmy will try for a snooker. Just failed. But he's left Stephen with awkward bridging over the black ball. Not as awkward as I thought. At least he's queuing to the side of the black. Still got to play a good shot here. Well, that's safety for the moment, but an opportunity for Jimmy to get in behind the brown or the green.
That's a bad one by Jimmy. The world champion with a 24-point lead.
One.
Draw back for a long pot on the yellow, following the black. This is another one that has to be struck very accurately to make the pot.
10.
Pure genius, that.
$30.
Fails on the brown, but the frame is won. The defending world champion Stephen Hendry takes our second frame in this final session. It's all square, 13 each.
I've got a feeling it's going to go on like this all night. You never know. There's only been one final that's ever gone to the last black. That was 1985, the famous one after midnight, when Dennis Taylor beat Steve Davis. Well, these two are the last two in this year's championship. They've had to do a little bit of work to get here. Stephen Hendry, not too difficult, against Surinder Gill, a newcomer, then Dave Harold, another newcomer. Nigel Bond was difficult, and then, of course, the meeting with Steve Davis, getting revenge in only his second meeting with Steve Davis here in the Crucible. As for Jimmy White, well, he's had to work a bit as well. They were all difficult, I can tell you, right down to Darren Morgan. So, 13 all here in the Crucible this evening on the last lap of the Embassy Championship of the World. Jimmy's so anxious to get on with it, he doesn't want to wait for John Williams to set the balls up. But he can't go until John says, yes, there's the last one.
Frame 27, Jimmy White to rest.
There's the announcement, and he's away. He's a bit impatient tonight. It's good stuff.
Good stuff indeed, David. How's that for a starter?
Eight.
Stephen will be looking for an angle on the black this time. He's got to think about bringing some reds out of the bunch. There is one on to the middle pocket, after this to the corner.
9.
He has an angle now if he cares to go into the pack, or he may be playing for the single red to the middle pocket. Yes, good position.
16.
Now will he use the blue ball to split the reds?
17.
Nice angle on the blue, and he can drop back onto the two reds to the right of the bunch. They're both onto the right corner pocket. Has an angle to go into the bunch, but he doesn't have to. It's his decision.
Oh, I say.
Stephen Hendry 17, Jimmy White 5.
Yes, the shot cost him 5 points. Knocking the red in went at the same time as the blue. Here it is. Watch the red.
Yes, I suppose on the other hand, Stephen was lucky that he didn't open more reds out in playing a foul, but it was a very unlucky shot.
another unlucky one.
Yes, the only thing is, Ted, that bump has been there a long time. There's really no excuse for top players to catch the points of those middle pockets on those safety shots. And Stephen can certainly pay for that mistake here.
Eight.
A lot of right-hand spin applied to the cue ball there to bring it around the corner, missing the baulk colours. His position is reasonably good. I'm sure Jimmy would have liked to have been closer to the reds. He spotted this type of shot before today.
Jimmy White, 40.
A master at the long pots, picking them out from all angles.
Yes, and position absolutely first class as well.
Six. Seven. 40. 50. 22.
Has to play into the second red in potting this red to the corner, so he'll need to play a good positional shot. Middle pocket.
Stephen Hendry,
Well, he knew he was
22.
heading in that direction
Jimmy White,
off the second red, but it's still very unlucky to go in off.
Yes, Stephen shaking his head as he went back to his chair.
One. Jimmy White, 1.
So the world champion 15 points ahead at the moment. He's just grazed it.
Well, that's more problems. Stephen. No trouble to hit a red once again, but It's keeping it safe when he does make contact. Now, I think it's travelled too close to the side cushion to be potable.
Jimmy's quite fond of these fine cuts.
Yes. He must think it's on, or he wouldn't be having a go at it. Straight into the pocket. Wasn't as fine as it appeared.
Green ball.
Round the angles.
Marvellous shot. Wonderful pot, and his idea of splitting the reds was 100% spot on.
Well, that camera was on that for you. You could see it was never in the pocket.
Well, I don't think we'll ever see the day that any player can pot all the balls all the time. Amazing game snooker is.
Four. Five.
Has a line onto the yellow to draw right back to the red on the side cushion. Well, he's taking the brown ball to do a similar thing, drop down behind the red, but the brown is not as easy a pot as the yellow would be. He had all the confidence in the world the way he played that shot.
Yeah, it's quite easy to the world champion. But this one's a bit more difficult.
9.
20 points ahead. Brilliant shot.
Stephen's thrilled to make one of those. He's missed 2 or 3 of them. And the odds are against the player all the time making that pot.
Just needs the yellow.
15.
Stephen looking quite cool and calm. Oh, way off. So,
Hendry, 15.
Jimmy still has a chance to pull this frame out of the bag. I don't say he can do it here.
Yes, green to brown is the most difficult for Jimmy. Well, he has a snooker, but it's not at all difficult to hit. In fact, there may be an edge there for Stephen to hit the yellow direct, which means that Jimmy missed a great opportunity there. Stephen's bumped the brown into a new position. It's not any better for Jimmy, but may try and pop the yellow. Good shot.
Surely not. Look at that.
2.
Well, both players are certainly having some bad luck with some of their shots. That was a beautiful shot to pot the yellow. And
Foul. Jimmy White 2, Stephen Hendry 4.
Yes, Jimmy loses 2 points over that deal. Now requires snookers, 28 points behind, 25 points on the table. I think there's a little bit sticking out.
yes, it was a guide for Stephen to pot the green. He just hit enough of it to make the pot.
Stephen Hendry 3.
31 points the difference, 22 points on the table.
Yes, Jimmy will pot the brown here and play for his snooker off the blue.
4.
Finishing on the wrong side, the blue just makes the getting a snooker that much more difficult. He needed to be on the other side of the blue to drop in behind pink or black. He's drawing the white ball back.
Jimmy White 4.
I think Jimmy tried to pot that and was going for his snookers on the pink.
Blue ball very close to the top cushion. Jimmy mustn't get a double kiss. Well, he did, but he hasn't left it on. Just failed to gain a snooker. Stephen went for the double, but not quite. Very difficult for Jimmy to get snookers with the pink almost hard up. That should be the end of the frame.
A terrific blow from the defending champion. And I'm sure Jimmy will stay in his chair this time.
Stephen Hendry 5.
So Stephen Hendry takes 2 frames in a row and is now 1 frame ahead at 14 frames to 13.
Yeah, that's the first time that Stephen Hendry has been in the lead in this final in 18 frames since he was 5-4 up yesterday. That's a fact that will please his manager, Ian Doyle, who is in his usual seat. That's down in the press room. He always sits down there in front of the courtesy monitors, sitting down with the press. That's from which they write all their reports. They listen to the commentaries as well, so they're bound to get it right, aren't they? And so Ian Doyle, as ever, down there with the press watching it all. And there's one other character, I'm sure, around here somewhere. That's Jimmy's father's Tommy. There he is. Now that's in the players' room. Tommy's sitting there. You notice he hasn't got a dinner jacket on. He's got a bit of a superstition. He won't put a dinner jacket on, he says, until Jimmy wins the title. So he's been coming here for 14 years, and the dinner jacket has never come out of the suit bag. So it's probably a bit creased by now. And he's hoping, like a lot of other people, that he can put the DJ on tonight when his beloved son Jimmy finally wins this title after all these attempts. 3 quarterfinals, 3 semi-finals, 6 finals, and this is his 15th. But he's just gone behind, as you've seen, 13-14 with Stephen Hendry to break.
And this, of course, the frame just prior to the mid-session interval. Jimmy having a bit of a bash at that one. Got the cue ball back down south, but the red stayed there as well.
A lot of power going into this shot. Pot's almost straight. He's got to get back to the reds. And that's a good shot.
5. 6.
Pink into the same pocket.
Yes, now does he have an angle to get the cue ball to one of the 3 reds by the black? No, it could only go straight back, which indicates it was a straight pot. So this next shot is anything but an easy one. No, it just failed. Well, the red must pass to the corner. Difficult to see from our position, but he's taking it on. Well, and that's a good shot. 4 or 5 brilliant pots in a row there.
Now I wonder if the black will pass that red into the right-hand top pocket. I'll have to hold the cue ball. He's having a look.
It appears that it just passes. Stephen's taking the cue ball forward.
24.
So it must pass the red.
And a very nasty contact once again. Cue ball should have been another 6 inches, but the contact held it up.
My word, and this has got to be very accurate, and it is.
31. 32.
And again, they've not broken too well.
39.
This will take a very accurate pot, but he can come back for the black.
Stephen Hendry, 39.
Now Jimmy has one to the far left corner and one to the middle pocket.
Once again, the break fails at a fairly early age. I don't think they've made a 40 break this evening so far. But the snooker is tremendous.
Jimmy's unlucky there. He snookered himself, intending to take the pink to the right middle pocket. And he's just nestled the white ball against the red, and the pink is not on.
Jimmy White, 1.
That's a good shot.
Yes, another great long pot. He's got his nose in front by one frame and wants to improve on it.
Eight.
Could have been more fortunate with his position. Good pot called for. No, he's missed it. And what an opportunity for Jimmy.
Stephen Hendry, 8.
Stephen, 46 points ahead. Reluctant to give up the Embassy World crown.
One. Seven. Eight. Thirty. 40.
Jimmy fighting back here. A chance to pinch the frame if he can keep going. There's only a couple of difficult ones.
$19. 20.
It's a nice angle on the blue again. The one red between the top cushion and the black. It's the only difficult ball on the table.
25.
Jimmy can clear that red. He'll be in with a really big chance.
26.
And we'll soon know because he'll be playing for that red from this black.
33.
Again, the pocket stops them.
He has Stephen covered on that red by the black.
Here it is, right into the jaws once again. You saw it just catch the cushion as it approached the pocket, and Stephen's overswept. Now, Jimmy just might stun that cue ball behind the black here. £13 the difference. 2 reds left. This the 4th frame. The defending champion here has taken the last 2 to get 1 frame ahead.
Attempt to push that red to a safe position and laying a snooker on the red by the brown.
No.
The red is on for Stephen.
One.
This awkward red doesn't look so difficult now. Oh, hey.
Stephen Hendry, 3.
Well, I cannot believe that miss. Stephen was in perfect position and didn't even get the red into the jaws. Must have taken his eyes completely off the red ball when he delivered the stroke to miss it by that margin.
Where's he put this last red? Stephen Hendry is leading by 16 points as he comes to the table this time.
And this is a very difficult pot. Well, he made it nicely.
1.
The yellow is put back on its spot and becomes the first of the 6 colours.
3. Five.
This green to put the frame beyond the reach of Jimmy. That went into the corner of the pocket
8.
too.
12.
The 25-year-old Scotsman making it 3 frames in a row.
17.
Double the pink.
Stephen Hendry, 17.
Jimmy concedes and
frame.
is now behind by 2 frames. The defending champion Hendry
15
goes to
minutes, ladies
tea,
and gentlemen.
leading 15 frames to 13.
John, what do you read into that? 15, 13, 18 the target.
Well, what I read into it is that, you know, like the first frame this evening was very close, and I think it can go either way. For whatever reason, neither player are playing well, and there's chances galore. And when you see Stephen Hendry miss a red like he did, which was virtually frame ball, well, it's just impossible. I mean, all the club players at home will be thinking, well, how did he miss that? You've got to come to the Crucible Theatre, play in the Embassy World Championship, and then you'll know.
Yeah, you missed it because he's out there. I think he's conscious, he has to be conscious that the crowd are rooting for Jimmy. Can he turn that off? He's actually said it himself. He said, if I wasn't playing, I'd want Jimmy to win. But can he turn that off?
Well, he's turned it off before.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never seen a snooker player who's so focused on his game as Stephen Hendry. Nothing seems to bother him, even a fractured arm, and we know the strain that you do put, that he in particular puts on his arm. He's taken a lot of courage because he is so focused. He's a phenomenon, really.
Any signs that you've seen so far of Jimmy beginning to sort of drop away a little bit? Because he's had this record in the past, you know. I mean, what was it? He was 14-8 up, and Hendry won 10 in a row back in '92.
No, I've seen no signs of that at all. The only signs I have seen is that Jimmy is missing the occasional easy shot. And I'm not really putting that down to nerves, because I know the difficult ones he's been knocking in. If he stops missing the simple ones, raises his game just a notch or two, because Stephen, as we say, if he can miss a red like that, it must give you hope that he can miss anything.
We'll give the Jimmy White fans a hope, I suppose. So there we are. Thank you, John. We'll be back with it, of course, because this final live right to the bitter end, 15-13. And just reminding you again, just in case you're new to snooker, and this world final, it's 18 the target. So there have been some vintage moments, I'm sure, throughout the whole of this championship. And those moments come on the biggest day of that review of the season here so far. There have been 34 centuries. That's one short of the record of 35, which was set up here last year. But none in this final yet. I think the highest break so far has been, what, about an 89. A little bit surprising, John Virgo, that. But something also surprising, one player came here, was even being talked about, I think at one stage, been second favourite of the title. 18 years old Ronnie O'Sullivan. I mean, he put Dennis Taylor in the commentary box pretty quickly, but then went all adrift against John Parrott.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's a great talent. I mean, he's won the second most important tournament in the UK. So he's obviously got the ability. I suppose in the old days it'd have been cute and said, well, maybe if he tightened up his safety play and didn't go for so many reckless shots. But then we could have said that about Jimmy White, and he's been in 6 finals, you know. So I think with Ronnie, I think it's a learning process. The Crucible is a very different thing, particularly in the two-table situation. Now, there's a lot of distractions, if you like, noise off the other table. And maybe playing as quick as he does, you know, you're going to be put off an odd vital shot. And he'll probably just slow his pace down, but such a talent, he'll be back.
Alan McManus, another player, has been talked about as a possible winner. But he came against Ken Doherty at his best. They're great rivals, those two, aren't they?
I don't know, you know, I have a theory about that. I'm certainly not putting Ken Doherty down because I rate him very high. I thought McManus had a great chance in this tournament, and the morning he started his match, Stephen Hendry broke his, or fractured his arm. And I'm just wondering whether he was thinking about that during his match. It might sound silly, but things like that can affect you when you hear all these rumours back.
Thank you, John. What we're thinking about now is who's going to win this year's World Championship. Here they are. They've come from backstage out onto the centre stage of this famous arena. 7 frames to play. Stephen Hendry, 15. Jimmy White, 13. You need 18 to be the champion. Jimmy for the first time. Stephen Hendry for the 4th. This is what's happening. Enjoy it with us. And the commentary now comes from John Spencer and Clive Everton.
So, time for Jimmy White to turn the tide. He's lost 4 of the last 5 frames.
So the pressure is still showing out there. Stephen missed out by quite some distance. I'm sure Jimmy here is going to go into the pike.
7.
Straighter would have made it easier to control his position, but still should be all right.
$14. $15. $22. $30. $31.
I think this is the difference with Jimmy this year. Previous years you would already have played the pot. Now taking that little bit more care. Obviously couldn't get on the red to hold for the black, so
38.
red into the corner, now down for the blue.
$39.
The tension has been such in the first 4 frames that the highest break so far has been 39. There have been a lot of mistakes, but it has been exciting.
Yes, and this is decision time for Jimmy. Could go into the pike, but he's looking at a red into the left-hand corner. Or is it the plant at the bottom? I think it's the plant at the bottom.
44.
There is a gap between the 2 reds. So this is a crucial shot for Jimmy. Will be perfect on the black should he get it.
We haven't had a frame won in clean-cut fashion tonight. They've all ended up the struggles on the later balls. This is a chance for White to win this one more authoritatively.
Yes, and this
52.
is going to be a big shot now. Certainly not easy along the back rail here. And of course that previous shot he played has opened up the path for the 2 reds above the black into the right-hand corner.
$60. $61.
Well, I don't know,
68.
Clive. I just have a feeling this is going to be a big one.
69.
Already put the frame safe.
76. 77. 84. 85.
£15,400 is never a side issue. That's what the highest break is. White can't beat it, but he can take a share of it.
92. 92.
Yes, that was a clever shot from Jimmy. Played that in such a way he knew he'd be on the blank. One thing for sure, Clive, I'm pretty certain Jimmy won't be taking any other colour off that last red other than the black.
Already this century, the 35th at the Crucible this year, equals the Crucible record.
And this is a tough one, going to have to play it with a lot of bottom and right hand side. And he's played that super.
116.
And you would think, Clive, the only ball that could cause him any problems now would be that pink near the left-hand cushion.
He fails at the yellow, but his break of 116 narrows the gap to a single frame. Stephen Hendry leads by 15 frames to 14. And are we about to see a surge of inspiration from Jimmy White just when he needs it? 5 times he's been in the final, a couple of times he's been very close. What do you think, John?
Well, that will certainly set Jimmy in good stead. He missed a couple of chances in the earlier frames, but that surely is going to put him right back on song, and what a final we've got in prospect here.
Yes, and I can't think of anybody less likely than Jimmy White to be dwelling in any way on what's happened in his previous 5 finals. He's focused totally in the present.
30th frame, Stephen Hendry to break.
Well, is this cometh the hour, cometh the man?
Yes, you certainly won't see a better opening red than that.
Six.
Well, Jimmy down there wasn't looking to see if the black would go, was to see if the red to the right of the black will go for the next shot. And that will open up the black into both corners, if it will. appears it will, so I think Jimmy will be playing the red into left-hand corner. He's under hit that one.
14. $20. 21. 28. 29. 29.
Well, just when Jimmy looked like then set for another big break. Missed it around the simple black. And I think we'll see Stephen, although there is a loose red, will be trying to go into the pack of reds.
He was hoping for a red from closer range than this. Still one that he may well knock in, though.
Stephen Hendry, 8.
Well, Jimmy looking, wondering what to do, but I feel he'll be taking that red to the left of the blue into his left-hand corner and screwing back to the baulk cushion.
Tremendous cue power, screwing back to the baulk cushion, leaving the perfect angle on the yellow.
Again, under hit that one, would like to be straight on this red. But you can get between the pack of reds and the black when potting this, I think. Well, it looks as though Jimmy's going to attempt to pot this, screw between the pink and the reds, or either the black or the pink.
Well, I won't call this white magic because he did miss a black off the spot amidst all these great shots a minute or so ago, but it's pretty good.
Jimmy
but
White
that
4.
was pretty bad.
Yes, and he'll be having nightmares about that pink. 3 times I've seen him miss a straightforward pink.
1.
1 to win the second frame of the match.
Yes, it's not just the great shots that you play, it's the easy ones you don't miss.
8.
Yes, and Stephen will be very disappointed with that. Now got a very thin cut along this back cushion.
Stephen Hendry 8. Ladies and gentlemen, before we play another shot, please can I ask you, you'll ruin the match and the players' concentration by shouting out. They dislike it intensely. Please don't.
Yes, it's great to have a lively atmosphere, but for snooker, it doesn't want to be quite as lively as for boxing.
One.
Well, Jimmy wanted to be the other side of the blue. So in and out of balk, is it? No. He's obviously feeling confident.
6. Jimmy White 6.
No harm done from White's point of view, by the look of it.
Jimmy was in a lot of trouble, but he has to give Stephen a shot to nothing here.
Stephen Hendry 1.
Well, Jimmy's showing there what he intends. Off the cushion, right hand side on the white to try and rest against the red near the pocket.
Foul and a miss. Stephen Hendry 4. Back.
Referee John Williams awarding the miss, although he wasn't that far out with the escape.
Foul and a miss. Stephen Hendry 6.
Yes, and this time Stephen won't have the ball replaced. Red into the centre. A great chance for Stephen now to get back into this frame.
1. Six. Seven.
So level at 39 all.
12.
And just the one red near that left-hand side cushion. It could be a problem for Stephen, but you have to fancy him here.
It
looks like the perfect angle here to just pot the red and stun up for the red. Into the middle, obviously. Could have been in the corner pocket, but perfect position
90.
for Stephen.
Yes, it looks as if Hendry snooker behind the green has set up this opportunity. White's first attempted escape was called a miss. Ball back, and
20.
this is the result of the second attempt.
So now
25.
13 points in front. So still requires yellow, green and brown.
$30. $34. $39.
So again, Stephen Hendry is going to be 2 frames in front. The difference is that this time he needs only 2 more frames to win the world title for the 4th time. He leads by 16 frames to 14.
Yes, needs 2 more with 5 to play. Going through agonies, there's some people out here, the supporters of Jimmy White. I know one supporter in particular, his biggest, his greatest fan, Tommy, his dad, there in the players' room, and the players' guests, relatives, anybody who claims to be a player's guest tries to get in there, and Tommy is controlling himself well at the moment, but going through, I'm sure, absolute mental agonies. He really does come here every year and says, my boy is going to win it. It's worse than having a £100 roll up on a Yankee and waiting for the last one to come in for Tommy. He loves his horse racing. You know what he's like, John. I mean, he can't believe this, I'm sure. You know, can he do it?
He keeps coming, but Jimmy keeps bringing him, you know, which is great for Jimmy. You know, he's in an enviable position where his dad's available to bring him down, and Stephen's father, of course, is going to be in the players' room.
Yep.
It's a very emotional affair for all the players, and I think that even puts more pressure on the players. You know, there's so many people out there, family, friends, who are all rooting for them.
16, 14, 2 up. What do you think?
Well, Jimmy started to play well there, and okay, lost the frame. Stephen potted a good red, got a snooker. Jimmy never had a chance. I still see a lot of snooker left in this.
Okay, and you'll see every ball, everyone potted, everyone missed, to the end. Here's Jimmy, 14-16.
$8.
So that
$9.
great opening red from Stephen. Give them a chance to open up a sizable lead here. 5 open reds.
16. 17. 24. 25. 32. 33.
An ominous opening to the 31st frame by Hendry. If he were to win this frame, he would go 3 up with 4 to play.
Yes, and with that previous shot, he brought the pink into play,
38.
so still 2 open reds and all the colours available.
39.
Things beginning to look ominous for Jimmy in this frame. Pink won't spot, so he goes as near as possible to its own spot in direct line, and that will help Stephen. So he'll be playing for the blue here to get an angle on the blue and come and split the
45.
reds. And he's 2 balls width now at the front of the pack.
46. 51. 'Stephen Hendry,
Well, that was Stephen
51.
thinking ahead there. Wanted to kiss the black there to leave the pink in the right corner. Missed the pot.
One.
The pot itself was easy, and he took it for granted.
This is where the importance of winning a frame comes, because Stephen had his chance there, and if Jimmy can go on and pinch the frame now, that would certainly hurt Stephen. And he certainly couldn't wish for the balls to be
8.
better placed.
Nine. 50. 60. 23. 24.
It looks as
30.
if Hendry's simple miss
31.
is going to initiate yet another twist in the plot of this amazing 35-frame saga. This 35-frame Who Won It?
36.
Yes, but what
37.
character both these players are showing in this final. Now, has he made the mistake there? He's held the pink spot, so he could be snookered here. I thought he was over the pink spot. I'm like the rest of the audience here, on the edge of the seat. In actual fact, he has held the pink spot, so he could be snookered.
43. Jimmy White, 43.
Warm applause mixed with relief from White's army of supporters.
Well, this is a tough one now for Jimmy. Can't hit the red on the left side of the table. No easy path to baulk. So I think we'll see him take this on into the right-hand corner and run through for the black should he get it.
Sorted out a good safety instead. All the better for covering the nearest red.
Yes, that was a great shot by Jimmy. Can he now cash in on it? Good chance of the red here.
One. Eight.
So a good position shot there from Stephen, but still there's quite a bit of work to do here. 16 points in front, but that yellow near the side cushion is going to be a problem.
Stephen Hendry, 8.
It turned out the red was a problem as well. And maybe for White if he can't see it.
Yes, and Jimmy will be not just attempting to hit this, but to try and pot it, playing it with a lot of right-hand side on.
Grumble. Jimmy White, 1.
Well, very difficult to retain a fine touch with such tension. So White didn't tuck the cue ball in behind the brown.
miss. Stephen Hendry, 7.
A slight swerve to a thin edge of the yellow was the idea. The foul puts Hendry 22 in front. Had yellow been the only ball he needed, he might well have attempted, but instead he's taken advantage of his right to have the balls replaced in their original position. Not an easy task for the referee, John Williams, here.
But I think this is one of the beauties of our game. You'll finish up where both players will agree a position with the referee, and after that there won't be any arguments.
In fact, Hendry's not even bothered to look, except that John Williams has asked him to. For Hendry's part, he would have been quite happy to rely on the referee and the integrity of Jimmy White.
Now we see it, both nod their heads. I'm sure that won't be mentioned again.
The double kiss was unintended. Chance for White, but not easy at that range.
Yes, and a little thinner than he would have liked. Going to be very difficult to hold for the green. And that's a great shot. At this stage of the match, it looks simple, but I can assure you that was one of the best shots Jimmy will ever play.
He needs to clear to win.
Nine. It
looks as though he's gone the only place. He can't get good position on the black. Wanted to be another 6 inches down the table. So this frame isn't over yet.
Yes, if he'd been further out of position, i.e. 6 inches shorter, he would still have been all right. Is he going to try and cut this in?
He's walked round to have a look at it, so I would say there's no doubt he's going to try this.
Marvellous! What bottle! What nerve! Jimmy White clears the colours to win the frame on the black, and again trails only by 1 frame. Stephen Hendry leads by 16 frames to 15.
Well, can you cope with all this?
No, I can't. It's edge of the seat stuff, this. Brilliant. Brilliant.
You said on that yellow ball which he had, you said he's got to go for it. A lot of people were saying, will he go, will he not? But it was a very difficult ball, wasn't it? Especially where the cue ball was.
And you're going up the table, he's got to play it slow. The cue ball's near the cushion. It's probably just less than half ball. But the nap will always take it to the side, and he's just got to hit it so perfect. And he did. And that takes a lot of character to play a shot like that in the situation he was in.
Yeah, and in fact the cue ball rolled back on there to get a position on the green as well, which was difficult.
Yeah, well, he got on the green, he got on the brown, he didn't get on the blue. Yeah. And in the end, he said, well, I'll just roll the pink and I don't care where the black is, I'm going to go for it. Yeah. And it went in, and, you know, tremendous clearance.
Yeah, and the black wasn't easy.
So when you ask me, David, is there still life in Jimmy White? I think there is.
I'll tell you, this black wasn't easy either.
Oh, no, this was just a mega frame, I think, in the match. He never looked like winning it at one stage to me.
It was going to go 17-14, wasn't it? One off.
Yeah! And then it goes.
I mean, the crowd were all shouting their yes, but I think it was about a foot off when they were shouting yes.
Yeah, well, the problem is, you see, when crowds shout yes, half of them can see straight into the pocket, and the other half can't. And usually it's the people who can't see who shout yes, you know, that really puts you off.
But a massive difference, 17-14 to 16-15 to win a frame like that. Yeah. What effect could that have on Hendry?
Well, as we say, we've seen Stephen miss shots that we're not normally used to seeing, so it could have any effect. You know, it's just so close.
Well, tell us, because this is for real.
Poor break-off shot from Hendry, but may have been saved by the brown. He unintentionally brought a red down, which finished near the left middle.
Well, Stephen has a red to left centre. Can't believe he's taking this on. This is a tough one. And that's a great shot.
He was leaving choice of reds for sure if he missed. So he's proving his bottle as well.
6.
As he has so often.
Stephen Hendry 6.
Yes, that's been the difference with Stephen about this final. Missed the occasional pot you wouldn't expect. If Jimmy can knock this red in now, be nicely on the blue.
One.
Now a chance of building a lead up again in this frame.
Six.
There is a red, of course, over the green pocket, but Jimmy will want to leave that there as long as possible.
7.
That will be his reserve, should he lose position. He may have to take it after this next shot.
Played to get on red to the left middle. Always having the red over the green pocket in reserve.
$30.
Yes, and two reds still open at this end of the table. just about perfect.
18.
Removing this red opens the black up.
90.
And that red over the green pocket could play a very important part in this frame.
26.
I'm sure when he gets on the black here, Jimmy won't be playing for the red over the corner. He will be wanting to go
27.
into the pack. Knowing that that red is there, but doesn't look as though he's got the angle.
$34. Jimmy White, 34.
Very awkward bridging.
One.
Yes, I think Jimmy's problem was the wrong shot. He hadn't the angle on the black. And Stephen's the same now, but I'm sure Stephen will go for the red near the green pocket.
Eight. Nine.
Well, it certainly doesn't look from here as though any red will go, so brown off the bolt cushion, side cushion, try and split the reds.
$13. Stephen Hendry, 13.
Hendry's concluding safety rather slack, catching the jaw of the middle pocket. Shouldn't have been anywhere near there.
Yes, and left Jimmy a red into his corner pocket, but doesn't look as though the black will go, so it's going to be a difficult positional shot.
Foul. Stephen Hendry, 4.
Well, if a ball's hit very hard and it jaws in the corner pockets, it can always leap up in the air, drop on the floor.
Well, you can hear Stephen gasp as soon as he hit that one. Knew he hadn't hit it right, much too thicker contact. It looks from this angle that the black will go into the left corner pocket. Jimmy having a good look at it. We'll be playing this with slow drag on the white.
12. Stephen Hendry, 4.
Incredible. Fouled the cue ball on his address.
One.
Yes, and Stephen there, not trying to hold for the black. Perfect on the blue. And if that red above the black will go, this could be curtains for Jimmy. The black will certainly pot.
6. Seven.
To foul the cue ball on the address is bad enough at the best of times, but to do it when the red's over the pocket is awful.
14.
Well, it doesn't matter now whether the red will go. Stephen will be nudging it.
$22. $23.
Well, it looks as though he's gone a little too far there, shaking his head. Wanted to have an angle to split the three reds, so quite a bit of work to do here. Deep screw off the side cushion.
$30.
So there won't be an immediate conclusion to this frame.
Stephen Hendry, 30.
Hendry has to be content with a 23-point lead for now.
Yes, I think Jimmy's got to take this red on into the green pocket. He's not doing it, he's playing the safety shot. But I felt that was a shot. The only ball he could have left would have been the red.
White's poor safety left Hendry a chance to play a better one, but he slipped up as well.
Well, much too thick contact there from Stephen. He's certainly not left anything simple for Jimmy. Well, he'd walked over to look at the angle, so it's certainly taken it on into the green pocket.
Played at sufficient speed for the red to wriggle clear if he missed it.
Yes, and Stephen, although he can hit the red in bolt, playing the snooker behind the black here. Will he regret that choice of shot?
Lucky not to leave it. He didn't hit it right.
Well, certainly a good shot from Jimmy, but unfortunately he's left Stephen a shot to nothing. We're coming down towards the black if he pots this.
One.
No time to risk the black to the middle, which if it had gone in would have left white needing a snooker. Actually, I'm getting too excited. That wouldn't have been the case.
Yes, just haven't a clue what Jimmy was playing there. He looked as though he was trying to hit the red direct off the left cushion, but the blue seems to be blocking that path.
Okay.
I thought he'd have to go off 2 cushions.
Foul. Stephen Hendry, 4.
And a free ball, is it? No. It may not be. It's close.
Free ball.
It is a free ball. So that could be the end for Jimmy. 32 points in front, Stephen. In actual fact, I can't believe this for sportsmanship. The referee has given a free ball to Stephen, and Stephen is querying it, asking the referee to check it. What a sportsman.
No, no.
Well, that was marvellous. To be a free ball, the player must be able to hit both edges of the red, and Hendry just can.
Yes, but Clive, what other sport would you see that? The referee gave the foul, gave the free ball, and Stephen, against his own chance of winning the tournament, refused to take it.
And what a reward. White hits his safety all wrong and flukes a snooker.
Well, this looks unfortunate. A good hit from Stephen. If that blue will go past the green, then it's perfect for Jimmy.
One.
Now, 26 points in it. 27 on the
6.
table. Is this another twist, Clive?
8.
It certainly looks like it. Hendry won't be expecting to get another shot this frame.
$11. $15. $20.
This to level the match.
Great sportsmanship by Hendry. A cool clearance by White. Level at 16 all. Level with 3 to play.
Well, I don't think I have to tell you that we are staying here live with this amazing final. The film Cry Freedom will follow when we have finished. But already this final is bound to equal the second closest in history. There have been 2 1816s, Cliff Thorburn being Alex Higgins, and of course Jimmy losing 1816 to Steve Davis. The closest ever, Dennis Taylor beating Steve Davis on the final black, the only time it's gone that far. But the record of these two in finals, it really is quite amazing. Stephen Hendry, well, when he became champion in 90, being Jimmy, the youngest ever champion, and then dropped out in 91. I think he lost in the quarterfinals then. At 92 champion, 93 champion, all at Jimmy White's expense. The big victory there last year, 18-5. As for Jimmy, well, it's really confirmation of that. Runner-up to Steve Davis in 84, then quite a gap, and then Stephen Hendry. John Parrott, he lost to in 91. Then Stephen Hendry, 14-18, and as I say, that big one there in 1983. And can it possibly be? 6th time he's walked down those steps into this arena, and can he possibly go away without a title again? Well, we don't know. Nobody knows. It's conjecture, it's supposition, it's everything. What about John Virgil's feeling about it now? I mean, that was a big frame, and Hendry giving away, refusing to accept the free ball.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen sportsmen like that. In this situation, it looks certain if he takes the free ball, 17-14, you can't fancy Jimmy, or 17-15 or whatever.
Let's just
But
reinforce that free ball rule for people who are not that familiar with snooker.
Well, you've got to hit both sides of the red.
Be able to.
Yeah, you've got to be able to. And the referee at first look said it wasn't. If you notice, Jimmy had a slight look to see whether it was or not, but he didn't question the referee's decision.
Quizzical look.
But Stephen questioned it, which is quite ironic and tremendous sportsmanship.
Well, 16 all here on the last night of the 1994 Embassy Championship of the World. If you're looking for entertainment, you've got it. And possible 3 to play. Commentary now in the hands of Dennis Taylor and Ray Edmonds.
So everyone on the edge of their seats, and Stephen promptly knocking in the half chance. Well, if there was one place he didn't want the cue ball to finish, it was there.
Stephen Hendry 4.
Very interesting, Ray, that both players have been missing 1 or 2 of the long pots. Jimmy decided to play a safety shot there and got a nice round of applause.
Yes, they're a bit like 2 prize fighters slugging it out. Just occasionally stopping for breath, I think.
Well, I don't know about all that audience there and the players, but I'm sitting in the commentary box and my hands are absolutely wet through. But first mistake. Left the red, but it's not that easy.
This really is a very good opportunity for Stephen.
Sixteen. Seventeen. $24. 25. 32.
Hasn't got the angle to stay on the black this time. Well, that was a clever little shot, just to glance off the reds.
$40. 41. 46. 47.
Well, just a little short of pace there. Yes, trying to do a little more with the cue ball.
Stephen Hendry, 47.
So we've seen this a few times tonight from both players. They get nicely into the lead and then miss the crucial one. Quite understandable, Dennis, I think.
Yes, Ray, both the players are going to be so tense. They'll still play very well, but they're going to miss the odd shot. You just can't believe what it feels like out there. It's quite incredible. And there's another indication of it.
One.
Jimmy having a good look at his tip there just to make sure that he hasn't took a little chunk out of it, which you can do sometimes.
Eight. 9. 16.
Still needs one more red. It's a thinnish cut to this left corner. Jimmy said, that's enough. So Stephen Hendry back into the lead again now, just wanting one frame. 17 frames to 16.
To the play, and there's Tommy, and now joined by one of Jimmy. Oh, she can't bear it. That's one of Jimmy's daughters, Lauren, in there, thinking, Dad, come on, come on, come on. 17-16 to the play. Stephen Hendry, who's playing her dad, is one away from retaining his world title and one away from making it yet another runners-up position for her dad. Well, 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 what a final.
Yes, Jimmy really had a bit of a chance there. It was a difficult shot with the cue over the top when Stephen made the error, and well, just a bit of tightness in the arm with the miscue.
I thought Ray, he might have just tried to get out of the snooker just to ease the pressure a little bit, carry on for a while, but that's Jimmy White. Well, that White coming in and out of balk just tells you the players are really pumped up now. The adrenaline's really flowing. So easy just to overhit the shot slightly.
A good shot from Jimmy White. Can't hit the right hand side of the reds, Stephen, here, so may have to find the safety area this end of the table. But he's left half a chance to the right middle. Maybe even a cut to the corner, the red to the right of the black.
That's a cracking pot. Jimmy knows now, one mistake. But he won't even be thinking about that.
Six.
And quite rightly, Ray, Jimmy taking his time. Normally he'd be straight down, knock the red in, but he's composing himself.
Seven.
Yes, I think he's pretty well done that throughout this championship, Dennis. Quickened up the odd time under pressure. That's perfectly natural. Now wants a bit of luck. And I think that could have been better. Or maybe that red goes to the right corner.
Just look at that, another fraction and he would have been absolutely perfect. It's amazing how you can cannon into the reds like that and not leave yourself an easy pot.
Yes, I think it's important that Jimmy does take that bit of time now and does nothing desperate.
Jimmy White, 10.
Patience might pay him.
Good shot from Jimmy there. He's blocked the path down the right side of the table. Well, there's some more sportsmanship for you. Jimmy just tapping the table, acknowledging that. Excellent safety. Played with so much side.
Stephen still thinking positively. Took that one on with a certain degree of confidence that he wouldn't leave Jimmy too easy a pot, but there's a half chance here. And half chances at this stage are very difficult to take.
Yeah, he was a little unfortunate there just to flick the blue. He would have been nicely on the green or the yellow. He's having to use the rest now.
Three.
Well, surely he hasn't finished in a position where he can't pot a red again.
I think he has, Dennis. I don't think he can get for the red that's nicely for the right corner. He may get to the one that's just out of picture to the left of the pink.
Well, the character of this man is just unbelievable.
Nine.
But the pink and black are not very nicely placed there.
10. $15.
This time Jimmy's going to bring the pink into play, and well, we've seen one or two of these missed, just a little bit tricky.
$22.
But that does open things up very nicely for Jimmy White.
$23.
Well, what a final we have on our hands here.
Yes, I think it's the courage of both players. Stephen has shown tremendous courage in this match, and so has his opponent.
29.
And it's going to be a great pity whichever one loses, but someone has to.
Yes, Ray, if it had been boxing, I'm sure it would be a
34.
draw. He played for the pink there, but the black was always there as a backup. He needs the extension to get to it. You've got to screw the white back a couple of feet just to get nice position on the red.
Well, he's 52 points in front, straight red.
42.
To the right middle, pink awaiting. What a chance.
$43. $49. $55.
So Stephen knows he's in for a nail-biting last frame.
62. 63.
Be fair to say that it has always looked, after the first session, as if this match was going to go to the wire, but nobody thought it would be quite as close as this, Dennis.
69.
Yeah, it's just amazing, Ray.
70. 75.
He won't be bothered whether the red goes in or not.
Jimmy White, 75. On the frame.
Well, the crowd wanted it in. Didn't matter to Stephen or Jimmy. But down to the very last frame now, 17 frames apiece. And we've only ever had one match at the Crucible, Dennis, ever to go to the last frame. I think you might remember it.
Yes, and Ray, I don't believe Jimmy for going out of the arena just to compose himself for this final frame. Stephen Hendry, you saw him take a big sigh there as Jimmy was clearing up. That was just getting himself ready for the final frame. And Jimmy White, well, this is going to be the biggest frame of his life. He's won all the other tournaments, but this, without doubt, against Stephen Hendry, is going to be the biggest frame that Jimmy White has ever played.
Yeah, it'll be a pretty big one for Stephen as well. I think he desperately wants to hold on to his title, naturally. But these two players have got so much admiration for one another's play, and I don't think either will begrudge the other the title, Dennis.
Ray, that I know John Virgo and the commentators were talking about it, but that sportsmanship that Stephen Hendry showed when he didn't accept the free ball, referee gave him a free ball, he thought it was close, didn't accept it. That's the greatest sportsmanship I think I've ever seen.
Well, it's something that is endemic in the game of snooker anyway, Dennis, and I'm sure both these lads would expect the other one to do so. They've got, as I say, such a great respect for each other on the table. And, well, the crowd applauded that sportsmanship quite rightly. They know that this is how snooker is conducted. Jimmy's taking a bit of time to get himself ready, Dennis.
Well, I think the crowd, they are so excited. Everybody's so excited. I think probably the two coolest people in the arena, well, in the country, are going to be the two players out there. Everybody on the edge of their seats. It's quite incredible. This is what the game of snooker is all about.
And a nice handshake and a nice smile.
Final frame, ladies and gentlemen. Quiet, please. Jimmy White to break.
I just have a feeling the crowd are going to clap every shot. Well, much too thick a contact, and I think it's going to be on for Jimmy.
One.
Well, I think Jimmy played to be short on the red so he could open the pack at the same time, but not quite that short. So just the 8 points.
Jimmy White, 8.
Well, Jimmy making a similar mistake to the one that Stephen Hendry made. Jimmy White only scored 8 from that leave. How many can Stephen Hendry make?
Six. Seven.
Not quite as straightforward as it might be. Black obstructed to both pockets. Looking to see if he can get on either of those two reds at the moment.
Twelve. $13.
It just shows you how clear he's thinking though, Ray, to clear one of those reds away that were blocking the black.
$80. $90.
Good shot to get the cue ball just below the blue.
Well, I'm
24.
not so sure about this positional shot. He could have played that much harder and left the red into the right corner. This is difficult.
Stephen Hendry, 24. I'm afraid,
And what a
gentlemen,
risky
if
shot
you
there,
call it, you
Red,
have
to
to
play
win.
it at that pace.
You have to.
Well, you were talking about clear thinking, Dennis, and it's the most difficult thing to do when you're under this kind of pressure.
One.
You suddenly see a chance to score a few, and caution goes to the wind. And this one's
8.
far from easy.
Don't think he's looking at the plant. There's a red next to those two that might just pot into the same pocket that he's taking the black on.
Red.
Well, I think he's terribly unlucky. That was a super shot he's played.
16.
Well, just look at the scores. 17 frames each. 24 points each. Incredible stuff.
Well, Stephen looking composed and cool. And I think Jimmy, though, is going to be tempted into taking a very difficult red to the left corner. But he's got to the final taking these difficult reds, and he's in the last frame of the final, so who's to say he's not right?
What a shot he's taking on.
Well, the crowd knew this one was in before we did, Dennis. What a wonderful shot.
But the pace he played it at.
Twenty-three. $28. 29. 29.
Well, did he see the title there, Dennis?
Dear me, that was just a little bit of tension. But everybody's tense. Well, he'd missed one of those in 30.
One. Eight. Nine.
Well, he keeps leaving himself the reds into the middle pocket.
16.
As much a test of nerve now as skill.
Before he played that shot, I was going to say he's missed quite a number of shots with the rest. He doesn't usually. That one only just wriggled in and forced a smile
23.
from Stephen Hendry.
Well, you saw Jim's face then. No explanation needed.
Yes, Red, would be a terrible shame for Jimmy White if he was to lose this frame, having missed a black
30.
that he would never miss in 100 years. You can't take it away from
31.
this gentleman at the table. Nerves of steel. What's going to happen?
Well, he's proved that he's got it when it was needed. He's proved it in the past. And once again, this evening.
Well, Ray, I'm delighted for Stephen Hendry, but I could cry for this gentleman sitting in the chair there.
Yes, he carries the weight of so many people's hopes. And I'm sure many, as I did, thought that this year was going to be his. But not to take anything away from Jimmy's opponent, Stephen Hendry has proved once again that he's the best player in the world. He's Embassy World Championship. He's won by 18 frames to 17 in one of the best finals you're ever likely to see.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if I can talk either, the 1994 Embassy Snooker Champion of the World and still champion, Stephen Hendry. I don't know about a win, but a match that has equaled history here in the Crucible, and a match takes two people. Jimmy White, please. Quite a day, quite a night.
Oh, it's so much.
I mean, what can you say to add to what we've watched here throughout the day and everything else? I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's probably the best match I've been involved in and ever will be involved in. It was fantastic.
Can I just come across for a moment? Jimmy, what can I say apart from happy birthday?
He's beginning to annoy me. I felt really good through the match. I had a severe twitch up on the black there. I rushed it. I played
you
it
popped
very
that
badly.
blindfold.
Well, do you want to play that? I just, you know, it's a great match, you know, just proves my game's back in order, so, you know, I'll be back next year. That's all I can say.
A lot has been said tonight about the sportsmanship in this game of snooker, and I'm sure you would be the first to say something when Stephen refused the free ball. You won the frame and went 16-all.
Absolutely. Well, you know, there's only a couple of cheats in the game, but apart from that, there's 700 professionals, and, you know, 99.9 are very honest, so that's what we're all about.
Greatest He didn't win it, but I'm sure you've been pleased to feature in one of the great matches in the history of the championship.
I feel marvellous, yeah. No, you know, I'm disappointed,
Yeah,
but I was missing, you know, I was missing sort of a few games. I got in the balls and I missed, and you know, you can't miss with this guy because you know, he just loves long pots.
Stephen, you love the long pots. You were using the rest a bit more than usual. You'd never have made an excuse about the elbow had you lost, but how is the elbow?
I'm not even good. It doesn't even come into it. You know, I've played great snooker with it to get to the final, so you know there was no question of me ever using that as an excuse.
Only worried about you affecting your golf, probably.
That's right, yeah.
It was a funny old match. I mean, it started off yesterday. I mean, you roared ahead, he came back at you, then it was nip and tuck all the way, wasn't it? What was the feeling like out there? I mean, when you suddenly realised it was going to come down to the last, I mean, how do you fellas approach this? What do you feel about it? Is it just another frame or what?
Oh, yeah, just another frame, yeah. No, I think tonight it had 17-0 written all over it, the match tonight, just the way it'd been going. But I thought Jimmy had won it, you know, and
really?
In the end it was clearing up, you know. I thought, you know, the black and he left me perfect, so you got to think that Jimmy would clear up there. So I was just happy to get another chance and managed to hold myself together. I had a slight wobble in the pink with the rest, but it went in, lucky for me.
I saw the smile on your face.
That's right, yeah. Well, I missed a pink this afternoon, and he's a pink with the rest, so...
Anyway, we could talk for hours about Miss Pinks, potted pinks, Miss Blacks, potted blacks, but I think you'll all agree that we've all been privileged to be here tonight to see one of the great matches, not at the Crucible, one of the great matches in snooker history. Salute the two players. Well, I know Jimmy's a bit shell-shocked there because he nearly left before wages time, which it is. So would you welcome the presentation party, Mr. Peter Middleton, Sales and Marketing Director of Imperial Tobacco, with John Spencer, the Chairman of the WSA, and Mr. Peter Dyke of World Promotions. So, checks. Jimmy, come forward, please. Up to here. And for the runner-up, and Jimmy, come forward, please, for the runner-up, a cheque for £110,000. You're getting used to these. And for the winner, and the 1994 Embassy Snooker Champion of the World, a cheque for £180,000. Stephen Hendry. And the famous trophy, won first by Joe Davis in 1927, and won now for the fourth time by Stephen Hendry. So there it is, 3 times in a row for Stephen Hendry, 4 times in all, the 3 times in a row equaling the record of Steve Davis here in the Crucible. 1 million pictures about to be taken. The cheque in his pocket, I don't think he worried too much about that, but he's got the trophy. So, to all of you here in the Crucible and to the millions of you watching,